election, if Democrats are prone towards law breaking, we'll investigate them too. But right now, the reality is that the FBI, in a typical act that I think really defines how Washington overreacts to things, is solely focused on MAGA and Trump, even though they can't say so publicly.
Bill, we want to hold you through the break for a second, given the gravity of the story. Because this story, Posobic's going to join me afterwards, and this story directly, I think, relates to the speaker's race. Bill, just real quickly, can you give your curriculum vitae? You just give your background as a reporter. This is the first time you've been on the show, and I think people want to know more about you. Can you just give us a minute on who you are and your background in journalism?
Well, I started in my national security career in the Army in the 1970s, and I've been working on national security matters, mostly on matters of war, but increasingly on questions relating to intelligence ever since. I've been a reporter at the New York Times, the Washington Post, the LA Times. I've been on national security matters for 20 years before I matters of war, but increasingly on questions relating to intelligence ever since. World of intelligence. I've been a reporter at the New York Times, the Washington Post, the LA Times. I've been a consultant to NBC for 20 years before I quit in 2019. So I have a long experience in this world of intelligence and feel like I'm writing about something that else is.
Bill, we're going to go to break and we're right back, but I noticed you said New York Times, Washington Post. I didn't hear Breitbart, Gateway Pundit, Citizens Free Press. You've spent your career working with some of the biggest news organizations in the world?
I have, and I've also been attacked by the Breitbarts and the Gateway Pundits and the Hugh Hewitts of the world for years. So I think it's pretty funny that I'm the guy that's willing to criticize Democrat or Republican in the White House. I'm the guy that's trying to figure out what the government is doing. And when there's a story that doesn't comport with somebody's political backgrounds, they're happy to attack me.
Yeah. Bill, just hang on for 1 second. We're going to return to Jack Posobiec, Bill Arkin.
We rejoice when there's no more. Let's take down the CCP.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Because you are the providers of stability through the nation, and because you will not tolerate the elites, the moneyed elites in this country destroying this nation, you have been targeted. You're agents of chaos, you're sowers of chaos from Ukraine, from saying no more in Ukraine. The debt and the deficit, this deficit has to stop. We can't do this. We're burying our children. You're destroying life in this country with these interest rates, to the invasion of the southern border, of which they acknowledge, and they're all in their own way trying to drive their own agendas. You're saying, no, we can't do this, and you're the agents of chaos, and every one of those leads to the chaos geopolitically and in capital markets throughout the world. Hillary Clinton says last night, right out there, you have to be formally deprogrammed. I just want you to just embrace that, for the great crime of standing up for your country and voting and giving money and saying and getting on these gutless representatives up here and saying, stop, we're not going to do this anymore. You got to be deprogrammed. And of course, Bill Arkin, who's no right-wing ideologue, a national security reporter, a national security guy, and now a reporter, been some of the biggest, the paper of record, the New York Times, the political paper of record, the Washington Post, and other mainstream media organizations, writes a blockbuster story in the cover of Newsweek magazine, and it is a blockbuster. And Jack Posobiec, Jack Posobiec's very good in something called pattern recognition, said, Steve, this is the most important story out there. So, Bill, here's what I understand, and this is I'm going to deal with this with Posobiec when he comes on, about our speaker's race, and particularly Jim Jordan. Has any of this, your reporting, in this report you talk about, has any of this come up in any, we have a congressional committee, sir, that's purpose is about the weaponization of the United States government. And the FBI and the DOJ have been the principal targets, from judiciary to oversight to this weaponization committee. So you have 3 committees, tons of people. Has anything about what's really going on that you expose in this explosive story come up in any congressional hearing that you've seen?
Not really that I'm aware of, Steve. I mean, the truth of the matter is that the FBI, and most importantly, Washington, has identified Trump and MAGA as the greatest threat of domestic terrorism in the United States. It's just fact. That's what's happened. I asked an FBI guy once who was going on saying to me, the problem of fentanyl in America, the problem of gun violence in America. And I said to him, well, if I look at statements by the White House and by Secretary Mayorkas at Department of Homeland Security, or Christopher Wray at the FBI, if I look at their statements, they're saying constantly fentanyl is the biggest threat to America, or they're saying constantly that gun violence is the biggest threat to America. Why are they focusing so much on domestic terrorism? And the answer that the FBI guy gave me was, well, fentanyl is a threat to America. Gun violence is a threat to America. Domestic terrorism is a threat to Washington. And that, in a nutshell, sort of explained to me the landscape of domestic terrorism investigations and the work of the FBI today. It's a threat to Washington. And whether the FBI should be involved in regulating or trying to regulate or even investigating free speech in America and political action and political activity in America is a real question. But on the good side, I will say this, that a lot of people in the intelligence community and the FBI said to me that they thought that the title domestic terrorist and the idea of domestic violent extremists, which is a term that really basically came out of the war against Islam, that term was no longer adequate and should be abandoned, because it makes it sound as if the federal government's role is somehow regulating the political landscape. And that's not the federal government's role. So the good news is there's a lot of people within the government and within the counterterrorism world who say no, we don't have this right. We're basically trying to take the 9/11 model and apply it to MAGA and the Trump supporters, and that's not right. So to me, there is some small silver lining in addressing this question, but really the biggest point that I wanted to bring across in the article was that this is just something that nobody wants to talk about, which is that the federal government sees violence in the 2024 election and sees extremism as they define it in the 2024 election and is going to focus on it as a priority over the coming year. And nobody is really questioning, including in Congress, whether or not this is what the FBI should be doing or whether or not this is indeed what the American people need.
Last thing before I let you go, and for Grace and Captain Bannon, the team here in Denver, I want this article up in all the chat rooms. I want everybody in the chat room to push this article out and share it. And I want you to read it deeply and even take notes. This is a blockbuster. We had the FBI situation about the memo they lied about looking at the Latin Mass Catholic churches, which is the hobbits of the hobbits, as breeders of domestic terrorism. And Chris Wray lied about when challenged. Has anybody at all, even outside Congress, has anybody besides yourself tried to drill down into the FBI about this, of how active this program actually is?
Not as far as I'm aware, Steve. This is sort of the first article that's written on this question, and it both presents the data that shows what the FBI's concentration is in terms of its investigations and its assessments. But at the same time, it raises the broader question of whose responsibility it is for even thinking about this and whether the FBI is the legitimate agency. So to me, this is the opening for a lot more investigation and a lot more. I imagine in the coming days, as this article continues to be read by more and more Americans, the liberal news media will most likely try to come up with the official line that counters what it is that I'm saying. But again, this was a two-month, 3-month investigation in which I talked to people on all sides of the issue and talked to a lot of people inside the government. And I'm pretty confident that, in fact, this is the state of play, that MAGA has been targeted. The FBI will say, well, they're only targeted if they're going to be, if we see that there is some evidence of violence. But this is the new FBI. This is the post 9/11 FBI, where they see themselves as having to stop terrorism and stop violent extremism before it happens. And that's a different FBI than the FBI of the past, which is one that investigates lawbreaking that has already occurred and brings it to the courts. This is now the FBI that says, we're going to look at people, individuals who might be prone to violence or might be organizing or might be carrying guns, and we're going to define them as domestic violent extremists and handle them in our counterterrorism program because we want to stop violence before it occurs. And it's an interesting paradigm, but it's not necessarily one that comports well with the First Amendment.
Bill, what's your social media? How do people find out more about you and where they go, website, books, anything?
I have a Substack that one can also subscribe to, but mostly I write cover stories for Newsweek. And my last story was about the CIA in Ukraine. This story is about the FBI and its role in domestic violent extremism. People can follow my writing, and look, I'm an old guy, Steve. I don't write as much as I used to, but I try to keep my finger on the pulse of the intelligence community and write the stories that no one else is writing.
Bill Arkin, honored to have you on here. Look forward to having you back. I want everybody to read this story today, and I want everybody to be a force multiplier, and I have every person you know read this story. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I tell you, Newsweek does some great work. Mike Lindell might disagree with me this morning on that, but they generally do some great work. Jack Posobiec, You, as you often do, give me a heads up and said, Steve, this is an incredibly important story. I want to save those clips. I want to play those for Jack later. Jack, your assessment.
Steve, we've reached the stage in a one-party state whereby in the institutions of that state, and whether you're talking about the USSR or whether you're talking about communist China under Mao Zedong, of which I've done an entire series on this. People can go read the China Files. They can go watch the China Files. It's out there. We've reached now the stage where the internal organs of the state are now being turned against dissidents. This is what Beria was used for in the People's Commissariat on Internal Affairs, or as more people would know of it, the NKVD. This is also how the Red Guards were later used by Chairman Mao in the Communist Revolution, the Cultural Revolution after the Communist Revolution in the 1960s. And I want people to go through and look at the series of events that we see here. Biden delivers a series of speeches, not just one speech, a series of speeches on MAGA extremism. Then we get the Newsweek report. Newsweek reports that the FBI has set up this secret task force targeting MAGA. Then Hillary comes out calling for MAGA deprogramming centers to be set up to treat them as cultists. And I want to go in and read the exact phrase that is used. AGAAVE, anti-government, this is the FBI's term specifically for MAGA. Anti-government, anti-authority, violent extremism. Steve, in the Chinese Cultural Revolution, when you see those men, those dissidents that are standing in the middle of the courtyards or the soccer fields before they are either executed or tortured in public, they have those signs around their necks, and then their name is at the bottom of the sign. But on the top of the sign, do you know what it actually says right there? Anti-government extremist, anti-party extremist, anti-revolutionary extremist. So these types of phrases are not new. They're actually found throughout history, specifically the communist history that has become the secret communist history, because our textbooks don't teach us about this. They won't even teach about Christopher Columbus to kids anymore in schools. So, of course, they're not going to teach us about the actual history of Mao's China or Stalin's Russia, because this is exactly what was done. First, they purged the ranks using the vaccine, using all sorts of features to go through in the early stages of the Biden regime to purge the ranks of the FBI and the military to make sure that only the ideologically compatible members still stayed, or at least the ones who were willing to go along with the new push. Now that they've made sure that the ideological purity of the national security forces is intact, now they can turn those state apparatuses against dissidents. Yep. That's exactly what we're seeing. This is played out
Jack,
throughout history.
Please hang on for a second. I mean, this is why Posovic's so important. Former naval intelligence officer, speaks perfect Mandarin, was stationed in the mainland, understands history in a very deep way. This could not get more serious. In the United States of America. Think about that for a second. Short break, back in a moment.
We rejoice when there's no more. Let's take down the CC.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Make sure you go to birchgold.com/Bannon. When you go there, you'll be able to laugh. Your bettors, remember, they read the New York Times every day. They live by the New York Times. When they look at here at the bottom right corner on the front page, with rates poised to stay high, new fears of soaring U.S. debt. Well, it's not a new fear for you because you've been on top of this. Make sure you go to birchgold.com for the end of the /Bannon, for the end of the dollar empire, now a 4-part series. Make sure you pull the third part out this week in the debt trap. Get up to speed on everything that's going on. And ask Philip Patrick and the team about why the Federal Reserve is spending so much time printing money to pay for the elites' debacles, Ukraine being one of them, while working on a central bank digital currency, while the BRICS nation central banks are buying gold at record rates. Ask Philip and the team that. Wait for the answer. Jack Posobiec, you see the where the stories are cast, but when you actually see the stories themselves, the War Room Posse not only is the driver of change in this country, they are the foundational stability element of this nation, and that's what they've been fighting for. But tell me about in this theory of totalitarianism and authoritarianism, you have this term called the kulaks, and the kulaks are always the top target of the state. Is that what Bill Arkin's article is telling us, sir?
So, Steve, during and really under Lenin's Russia, even before Stalin got fully involved, and early on in China, people know, of course, of the Great Leap Forward, there's always this group, and particularly, actually, farmers are one of the top targets of this. But really, when you look at the way the U.S. is positioned, we have farmers, but also the middle class in general. These are the people who refuse to go along with collectivization. These are the people who refuse to go along to see their land seized, to see their holdings taken, to the people who refuse to say that I will own nothing and be happy. So there was a process, a campaign that was launched in the 1910s, really 1917 Russia, all the way up to the 1930s, called dekulakization. And essentially, if you refuse to go along with the revolution, if you refuse to go along with the party, if you refuse to have your lands taken, your cattle, your livestock, your holdings, your gold, your iron, right? That was in the Great Leap Forward. Iron was a huge piece of this. If you refused, now suddenly you're disobeying government orders. Now suddenly you're disobeying lawful edicts, you're disobeying the police, you're disobeying law enforcement. Now you're seized, your land is seized, you're thrown in jail, you're deported, or in some cases, depending on the level of refusal, you are executed. This was dekulakization. People have pegged this number at somewhere between 1 to 5 million. Of these, they're considered the wealthy peasants,
hang on,
the wealthy serfs.
But hang on. It's also, if you read, remember, the kulaks are not the elite. You're the head peasant. You're like the organized.
Yes.
It's like your mom and dad, my mom and dad. You know, they're blue collar, but
people have to understand. This is the middle class.
5 kids,
the middle class.
Middle class, yeah. If you look at Jack Posobiec and his lovely wife and the kids are always dressed. You know, they're the kulaks. They're the organized ones. They're the ones the neighborhood looks up to, right? They knew they had to take these people out because the neighborhood, the rest of the peasants look up to them as like the most squared away peasants. You read Ann Applebaum's book, Red Harvest, in Ukraine, the 5 million they starved to death. The first thing they did was to go in and take out the kulaks because the kulaks were the organized farmers and they couldn't collectivize until the kulaks were gone. Same in Mao's Red China. The Cultural Revolution, really, they went out to take out the kulaks. The kulaks, and in fact, the Great Leap Forward, the first thing that goes is the kulaks. Why do they have to go and take out the head peasants, the squared away peasants, basically the War Room Posse? Why is that always what they target, Jack Posobiec?
Well, because, Steve, these are the people who not only have something to lose, these are the people who are willing to fight to prevent someone from taking it back from them and who have the means, the ability, and the resources to fight back. And particularly, by the way, this goes hand in hand with the targeting of, as you already said, the targeting of religious leaders. So religious leaders who are leading the kulaks, right? So this becomes your priests. This comes nuns. You saw the mass execution of nuns that was done in France under the Jacobins, under Robespierre, one of the last mass executions where he was led himself to the guillotine. This was the exact same thing that you'd see. So the targeting of religious, the targeting of the upper class peasantry must be done because they represent the only lines of dissent and only lines of meaningful retrenchment against total control. You're the final line of defense.
And we say, Ted Penance, you're not wealthy. You're the underpinnings of civic society. You're the stability factor. You're the one people look up to because of the way you're a good householder, because of the way you comport yourself. It's this audience. It's you. I don't care where you are in this country, if you're driving to work, if you're going somewhere, if you're at your home, it's you. All throughout history. They can't have total compliance and total control before you're taken out. From the French Revolution to the Bolsheviks to Mao Zedong, all of it across the board. The head peasants, the squared away peasants, the peasants that are the good householders, and the underpinnings of civic society. Burke's, what do they call them, the little divisions? You.
Little divisions,
the little
in Mao,
little divisions.
Soccer coaches, soccer moms, all of it.
I need you've given us so much time today, but I've got to hold you, Jack, because we got to get into the speaker's situation because it is pertinent to the topics we've talked about in the first hour of the show. And my question is, when I get back with Jack Posobiec, is how have we, this is about performative versus we don't have time for happy talk anymore. We don't have time for the RNC talking points or the monotonous talking points you get all day long on Fox, on the Murdoch News network. We need action, action, action. No more talk. And we're going to get into this whole speaker's race. And my question is, how does a weaponization committee been around for a year and all this, and you get Ray up there, and Bill Arkin drops a bomb that MAGA has been specifically targeted with a secret unit at the FBI, and we have to wait till Bill Arkin puts the story in the cover of Newsweek magazine. I thought the whole purpose of having the House was to make sure that this didn't happen, that this was exposed, that people were held accountable. We're in October of 2023. Newsweek magazine has it. Why has the House investigative apparatus that we were told the other day when they defended McCarthy how magnificent they have and done and what all the great things they've done? We're going to drill down on it with Jack Posobiec next in the War Room.
Let's take down the CCP.
This is the primal scream of a dying regime.
Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. You're just not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish in my soul, I wish that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
If you're elected Speaker, you will have 15 months to prove to the Republican caucus and conference how good a job you do. And then in January 2025, you will hopefully be up for re-election. If you win to be Speaker again, that would be your vote of confidence. Where do you stand on this one-member motion to vacate, triggered by any one member, which means anytime it's triggered, all other business in the House stops? Should that threshold be raised?
Yeah, our conference, it's been loud and clear, the feedback I get from our conference. Our conference wants to change that. I'm for changing that, but we got to have 218 Republicans to do it, because that is actually a House rule, and you got to be able to go to the floor of the House and change that. I'm for doing that if we have 218. I don't want to go to the Democrats and make that change, because they're going to want all kinds of things. So let's work as a unit and deal with the problems we see in this country as a unit, so we can stop where the left wants to take us.
And will there be all these other votes that members have been talking about, term limits, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera?
We brought up term limits in the committee last week and had a vote on that legislation in the committee last week. Yeah, we need to do all that, Sean. But in 40 days, the stopgap spending measure runs out. We have to have a plan as a conference. Again, when we elect our new speaker, we have to have a plan that 218 of us support on how we're going to deal with that. How are we going to deal with when we get to November? We can't have the same thing unfolded last week. So I think that we have to look at another stopgap measure that would kick in the 1% cut. There's legislation in place right now that says if we have a CR, a continuing resolution that goes into next year, there's an automatic 1% cut that takes place. There's nothing like a cut to spending that focuses politicians' attention. So we need that threat hanging there to be leveraged for us to get the policies you just talked about. The policies where we can win on the border issue, on the crime issue, on inflation. But that's the only way this town can operate, is when there's that kind of leverage and there's that kind of deadline hanging there where real cuts are going to happen, that we can actually get people to focus and get our work done. So that's what I think we have to do in order to deal with what's coming in 40 short days.
Yo, bro. It's Friday, 6 October, year of our Lord 2023. Yo, leverage, deadlines. Let me think about this for a second, because Jim Jordan, let me get my number 2 pencil out. Brother Jordan, debt ceiling, that was the big one. If memory serves me correctly, I don't think you were totally with us on that, number one. Number two, the CRs, right? The CRs. Did I just hear, first off, the motion to vacate is non-negotiable. You remember, when you hear all this talk and the United Party, you got to get to 218, you got to get to 218, you got to get to 218. You see this right here? You see the Morning New York Times and how you control all the narratives and all the stories. You're the stability. This, your political power. You need instrumentality to have that in negotiation. You need instrumentality. You need forcing functions. You need deadlines when they need to come to you for something. Command by negation. You negate what they want. You don't have to have a majority to do that, but you got to be lock solid. We should have a majority. You should have a vast majority. If you look at and it's a disgrace. I'm a Southerner. Richmond, Virginia is my hometown. It's a disgrace. The Southern congressional delegation of the Republican Party is, with a few exceptions, the most bagged and tagged establishment operation going. And that gets back to the corruption in these state parties. Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, Virginia, Tennessee, Florida, Arkansas. I'll throw in Kentucky, throw in a border state, Kentucky. Let me throw in another border, Missouri, Oklahoma, and the great state of Texas. They're by and large vote almost as a block for the establishment, for the established order. Why is that? It's the most MAGA part of the nation. If you think about it, the two most MAGA parts of the nation, the South and the Intermountain West, and I'll throw in a couple of Great Plains states, South Dakota, North Dakota, that's the two power bases of MAGA. Your House representatives, with a few exceptions, are generally bought and paid for by the establishment. Now, why is that? Because they tell you one thing back home when they're running, and that's one of the reasons they try to take get Donald Trump's endorsement. They figure that can keep him from getting primaried from the right. From you got to think about this. Did Jim Jordan, Posobiec, so help me out here, because my head blew up last night. Is Jim Jordan saying that we're already going to have another CR? That the CR, 1% cut's nothing. What do you mean 1% cut? Like, is this the Jim Jordan we knew was the great? Jim Jordan's one of the greatest warriors we've had in Congress at the beginning of the House Freedom Caucus and all that. Now, I don't know recently. First off, the motion to vacate, don't give me happy talk. That's one of the things we're going to get to 218. Dude, you give me mumbo jumbo. You give me mumbo jumbo. You know, you're going to break down on a wrestling break. We're not doing that. We're not. Let's be very clear. The motion to vacate is non-negotiable. Suck on that. Why? That's Damocles' sword the audience has. This audience has, and they got they got two hands on that handle. They got a grip on that handle. And they don't want to give it up, and they're not going to give it up. And then you're already prepping me. Why in the hell aren't you guys back here right now working? Don't tell me, it's 70. Get the hell back here and get to work. What the hell are you doing back home? You're one of the leaders. Step up and there. Get the guy with the bow tie and have him, hey, blow the whistle. Get him on the plane and get him back here today, and let's get to work. I don't want to hear I'm already being sold another CR, but there could be 1%. Okay, he's talking about next year. This was the moderate CR. Remember, we talked about the moderate CR? Does the date 11 January of 2024 ring a bell? That's what he's talking about. You're selling me something worse than an omnibus. This is going to go on forever. Is this your pitch? Is this the pitch to MAGA? That's your pitch. I get another CR and no motion to vacate. Another CR. I'm going to give you the quick answer. And why is Bill Arkin of Newsweek, Posobiec, you got to help me out here, man. My head's blowing up. Why is Bill Arkin coming up with something that your committee should have broken on the weaponization? It certainly looks to me, Posobiec, am I way off base here? Does that kind of look like the mandate of the weaponization committee maybe should have had some investigations and gotten some people up there and grilled some people and found out about this secret unit that is targeting this audience, sir?
Steve, I said this on my show yesterday. I'll put it out. I put it out last night as well, that Jim Jordan, he's been a great warrior. That's true. Talks a big game. But the issue that I hear that a lot of people have with him, the issue that I still am concerned about is it seems a little light in the deliverables. Why do I got to do it in Newsweek to find out that there's an FBI unit that's targeting me and my family? Why do I got to go to Atlantic Magazine and these whistleblowers from these other areas to find that because we go to a church that prays in Latin that we're getting put on lists? Because we have a rosary that we pray every day, we're getting put on lists. So that's why I've said, here's what I'm calling for. So if Jordan goes in, if he wants to go in, tell us that you'll put Matt Gaetz as the head of the weaponization committee. So we actually have someone up there who understands what this government is doing. Steve, Biden talked about a dark winter last year. You remember that, the dark winter? You know what they're setting up for us this year? Yeah. They're setting up us up for the red winter. And I'm not talking about Republican red. I'm talking about the other kind of red. I'm talking about the old kind of red. I'm talking about Mao red. I'm talking about Stalin red. That's the red winter that is coming for everybody that's in this audience, the people who donate to the campaigns, they get the text messages, they go to the rallies, they listen to the War Room, they listen to Human Events, they talk about that. And we've got Dinesh D'Souza on. He's got the Police State movie coming out. He's going to be talking about that later today. Steve, we are headed to this because all of this has happened before, and all of this is happening again. You want to talk about us being in the fourth turning, I call it the churn. We are now in the churn. So if you're up there talking like it's business as usual, talking about, oh, we just need to put together a balanced budget, we're going to do this and some term limits. No, meet the moment. Meet the moment and understand. When I've got Joe Biden up there saying that MAGA extremists are the target, and he doesn't need to give the order. He gave you the speech. He already gave you the speech. He doesn't need to write down the order. The speech is right there. Target the MAGA extremists. And what does the new NKVD do? What do they do? Then they set up the secret unit. Then Hillary Clinton comes out and gives you the next level. She's auditioning for the head of the People's Commissariat. That's what she's doing. Said, I'm going to put them all in camps like the Uyghurs. That's what she wants. So please explain to me. Please let me see a little bit of fire in the belly. That's all I'm saying. Just a little bit.
She's Ilsa She-Wolf of the SS, right? Let's
Madam Mao. How about Madam Mao?
Madam Mao, white bone devil. She's the white bone devil. I'm telling you, they're the fierce ones. Hang on for a second. Let's put up the Mac. Do we have the Mac Daddy on Drudge? Let's put it up. Don't take it from the War Room. Drudge is no friend of MAGA. Got a pretty good sense of news every now and again. He's up there right now. She said it. Jack Posobiec, just one before I let you go. Given your professional career in being in the intelligence community overseas and understanding, speaking Mandarin, understanding the mentality of the communist, when you hear formal deprogramming effort or sent them to a formal deprogramming center, coming from someone who was a U.S. senator, wife of a president, a candidate for president, and one of the most prominent globalists in the nation's history, what does that strike you when you say formal deprogramming centers?
Look, I'm just going to say, have you had the conversation with your family yet? Have you sat down with your wife? Have you sat down with your children, if they're old enough to understand, and had that conversation of what happens when you get the knock on the door? What happens when you get the knock at the door, when you see the flashing lights outside, when you see the guy standing there with the sunglasses, with the badges, saying, we're looking for you and you need to come with us? We saw what they did to the 300-pound guy out in Utah, all right, the no-knock raid. That was a message. That was a show of force. So I've had that talk with my family. And I've said straight up, look, if it gets that bad, so be it. But I'm never going to stop fighting. And I'm not afraid. I'm not scared. I'm not worried about what's going to happen to me. You know why? Because I've made my peace with God. And one day I'll go to meet him, and I'm ready for that. And I don't know if any of these people are, but I know that I am. And I'm not scared of that. I'm not scared for 1 second to stand before God, because I'll stand right there. And the first thing I'll do is kneel. But I'm not scared of that meeting. So let's go. Let's go. Have the conversation. But I'll say this on the political sense.
Yep, go ahead.
You need to understand how upset and how anxious and how concerned the people of this base are. I would say this to Scalise, to Jordan, to anybody who wants to be speaker. Meet the moment, sir. Meet the moment and understand what the people of this country are being put under. And I don't want to hear you up there talking about, oh, the budget, no, the money for Ukraine. No. What are you going to do for the people of this country that are facing a weaponized government that is coming to your front door in the middle of the night?
And you've had 10 months and you've done nothing. Jack Posobiec, social media, the show, all of it. Where do people go?
Yeah, we're going to be up on Human Events immediately after Charlie Kirk today. We got Dinesh D'Souza on, and funny enough, Steve, we're talking about the rise of the American police state. Talking about a guy who's already been put in jail. So Dinesh has his sentence. Steve, you're getting yours soon. I wonder how much I'm going to get. I don't know, man. I'm thinking 6 months, maybe 4 or 6 years. All I know is my job in the gulags, I'll be teaching the Mandarin classes so that we can communicate with the guards. Everybody get your gulag job picked out.
You're unique. Thank you, brother. Thanks for doing this. Thanks for sticking around. It took a lot of time away from the family. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Steve.
Pattern recognition. I've got Raheem. We have Natalie. We have Dave Bratt. All coming.
Yeah, and always the victim. By the way, let us just say, I just want everybody to know, we've never used Mr. Pillow's pillows or slippers.
No, too lumpy.
No, they're not lumpy pillows. That's not what they call on.
Maybe they're the best in the world. We just hear they're lumpy.
When you say lumpy pillows, now you're an you got that?
People say, Willie, people say they're lumpy.
No. Well, go ahead. No, I'm pissed.
I understand. It's like you're not just hiking the Appalachian Trail, and that's what some people say.
Many people are saying, yeah.
Many people are saying that.
But good one, though.
You done?
Yeah, I'm done.
Mike Lindell joins us. Mike, Morning Mika took you on this morning, you and your lumpy pillows. I want to thank the team in Denver able to put that compilation together. Mike Lindell, from his previous depositions, respond. What do you have to say to Morning Mika, who are all over you today and kind of dancing on your grave?
They're disgusting. She's disgusting. He's disgusting.
where does it end? I mean, these guys are sitting there gloating. Wait till we get this country back, and then they can make their apology to the rest of the world. What scumbag reporters and journalists they really are. They piled on yesterday, Steve. I did 22 interviews yesterday, for everywhere from CNN to the Washington Post to the New York Times, MSNBC, ABC, CBS. I said, you guys only call when you want to pile on, huh? It's disgusting. But, it's we're going to win. God wins in the end. And, it backfires on them all the time. Word's getting out now.
So the key is the people that run your phone operations, the people on the factory floor. That's what matters. And the only way we're going to take the smirk off of Mika's face is a robust, urgent, a productive MyPillow. That's what it simply comes down to. So how are we going to do that? Tell me what people have to do. What does this audience have to do to have the factory workers, the people on the phones are coming after?
Right. First thing is get this nice, smooth MyPillow 2.0. The best pillow ever made. You get it. We put all this stuff on sale for the War Room. Go to mypillow.com. Go to the War Room Square. Get the MyPillow 2.0. $39.98 for the Queen. $5 more for the King. They're right there. The slippers, we added $10 off for the War Room Posse. That's $39.98. You got the 6-piece bath towel, $39.99. The My Store products, all those entrepreneurs, take advantage of all those. We're discounting everything. The mattress topper and the bed, everybody's responded to that. These are 100% made in USA. The bed is the best bed you will ever sleep on. And all of these products, blankets, remember, we have over 200 products we put on sale here. Blankets, bathrobes, all the Christmas gifts you would ever want to give. Now's the time you can really help us, everybody at MyPillow. My agents, all these work-at-home moms and dads, you can call 800-873-1062, 800-873-1062. They said it again this morning, Steve. Yesterday, everyone was calling them from the War Room, and they're saying, "Hey, we're behind you 100%." And they were really, it was amazing, the people that called in from the War Room. And but all these specials, there's no middlemen, everybody. They've cut us out of all that. These box stores are gone. Shopping channels gone. You got networks I used to advertise on. You just seen it there. They're gone. They want MyPillow gone because they want Mike Lindell's voice gone. And I'll tell you, we're not going anywhere. I will never stop speaking out to secure our election platforms and help save our country. And so all of you take advantage of this. You guys have been absolutely amazing. Okay. And I'll tell you what, you can say, everyone that knows, we've sold 80 million MyPillows, Steve. Nobody says they're lumpy. Let's get that right out of the thing. They're the most amazing sleeping pillow to help you get great sleep that ever was.
We can vouch for that because we need great sleep, and we get it on the products on MyPillow. Once again, go to mypillow.com/war room, and you get to our square, get everything. Give the number again, Mike, because we want to support the people at the phone banks.
Yeah, 800-873-1062. You get my calls there, my people, the people that are out there that they're trying to attack right now. It's 800-873-1062. They'll tell you about all the specials, answer any questions you all have, and you'll get the best gifts get them for yourself. Get the best sleep ever.
Okay. And I'm just going to, a short answer, but I'm just going to lay out the facts as they're out there. The machine companies have been winning. They had almost $1 billion settlement with Fox. Your lawyers have quit. Are you going to settle with throwing the town, settle with the machine companies?
Yeah, I'm going to settle, all right. Their settlement will be if they melt down all their machines and turn them into prison bars, I'll let them off the hook maybe why we can secure our election platforms. There's the deal. They all should be put in prison on what they've done to our country. So there's no deal ever.
Okay. Mike Lindell, thank you very much for joining us. Look forward to having you on the afternoon show, sir.
Yep, thank you.
Keep that facility at full capacity. Mike Lindell, that's a fighter. Okay, the great Raheem Kassam is going to join us. We've got an amazing cold open. Let's play it, and we're going to bring in someone who knows pattern recognition. Raheem Kassam, let's do it.
In Islam, the ends do not justify the means. This idea is totally alien to Islam. In Islam, what is halal is halal, what is haram is haram. We do not bend our law, our morality for our short-term aims. Never. And we never lose the moral high ground. If we know anything of Shia of Muhammad, as Shia of Ali, as Shia of Hassan, as Shia of Hussein, we know that keeping the moral high ground is key. Once we lose the moral high ground, we are no different from the rest of the non-Muslims, from the rest of those human beings who live their lives as animals, bending any rule to fulfill any desire. Once we do that, we are lost. In Islam, to believe is to know. To disbelieve is not to know. That is what it fundamentally comes down to. It is to remain ignorant, to cover up knowledge. After all, what is kafir? Kafir comes from the root word, which means to cover up, to conceal. The kafir is the one who covers up that knowledge which is clear. The French Orientalist scholar Lamens, he once wrote that the Quran is not far from considering unbelief, disbelief, as an infirmity, as an illness, as a disease of the human mind. SubhanAllah. Non-Muslims point this out to us. Of course, the kafir, the disbelievers,
More that, but why is this? They're on Trump about this. Why is this important to what you just put together and showed us?
Well, Steve, what we showed there was people now know as MSNBC's Mehdi Hasan. And MSNBC's Mehdi Hasan has been freaking out about my interview with Donald Trump from a couple of weeks ago. He has been freaking out to the point where the New York Times and his other colleagues at MSNBC have followed suit. Snopes.com has also called some of what the president said in that interview, which I know so many people have watched, called it Hitlerian in tone, which is bizarre. But I wanted to give the audience there a little taste of who Mehdi Hasan was before he came to the United States. That was the Mehdi Hasan that used to run around following me and reporting on me back in the United Kingdom. And we unearthed those videos of him saying that non-Muslims are like cattle, non-Muslims are like animals, and there is plenty more of it out there on the internet for people to see. He very quickly tried to scrub so much of this from the internet, and now he goes around on MSNBC calling Donald Trump an extremist. So I just wanted to shove that back in Mehdi Hasan's face and let him know that we haven't forgot from 10 plus years ago the things that he was screaming in the mosques of London. But the wider point here, the topic specifically that they take issue with, is Donald Trump saying that there is a poisoning of the blood in the country, in the United States, as a result of the porous, open southern border. Now, they have said that in Mein Kampf, Hitler said that there was a poisoning of the blood in Germany. Specifically, if you go and read Mein Kampf, he's speaking about Jewish journalists, which is obviously not what President Trump was talking about. President Trump was talking about the fentanyl coming over the border. President Trump was talking about the communicable disease that's coming over the border, and he wasn't unspecific about it. The interview itself, he actually spells it out very clearly that he's talking about these things when he talks about the poisoning of the blood of the country. But nevertheless, the New York Times, the paper of record, which the ultimate irony being that the New York Times in 1941 actually completely posted 2-page spreads of Mein Kampf uncritically on their pages. The New York Times is saying, oh, no, you can't say poisoning of the blood of the country, because once upon a time, Adolf Hitler said something very similar to that on a topic completely unrelated. Well, listen, Steve, this audience should know, and I think I'm quoting Senator Barroso when I say this, that you could fill an Amtrak train every other day and crash it. And the number of people dead, if everybody died on that train, that would be the number of people that die from fentanyl every other day in the United States at the moment. So that is what Donald Trump was talking about. Meanwhile, the far left media is having an absolute meltdown about it. And good.
It was an amazing interview. I tell you, Raheem, if you can just hang on for a minute. We're going to take a short commercial break. I want to thank our sponsors over at Home Title Lock. We're going to get into, Brad's going to join us to talk about the debt story in the New York Times. You're very familiar with the crushing blow of debt in the bond market being eviscerated right now. Mortgages are a 30-year low. I think the actual mortgage itself is 23-year high, but the rate of new mortgages is at a 30-year low. Second mortgages are out. You're not going to upgrade the kitchen at 10, 12, 15%. That means all $6 trillion of that equity in the homes are sitting there for cyber criminals. Home Title Lock protects you. Go to HomeTitleLock.com today. Short break. Raheem on the other side.
We will fight till the rock on. We rejoice when there's no more. Let's take down the CC.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Okay, Raheem, I'm gonna give you a confession here on live TV. As you have a unique perspective and are one of the most astute political people, a lot of people maybe in the audience don't know, Raheem was the wingman for Nigel and actually led the most important political movement, I think, in the world, next to, and really the forerunner to the MAGA movement here in the United States and the America First and the Trump movement when they won Brexit. Raheem was the body man for that. So Raheem is not just a commentator, an analysis, a writer. When I hired him years ago, over a decade ago, to Breitbart, I knew he was a young man that understood and could take action. I've kind of got Mehdi Hassam is a very smart guy. I mean, I watch his show because he's got a astute analysis. I don't agree with anything he says, but he's very, very, very smart. But that being the case, Raheem, we're not talking about ancient history here. This was the lived experience of Bannon and Raheem Kassam in London fighting for Brexit. I mean, this was this stuff in 2012, 13, 14. I mean, this is recent stuff, right? This outright hate of anybody that's not Muslim, sir.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that the weird thing about Mehdi Hassan is that he was the political editor for a magazine called The New Statesman, and that at some point in time, they parted ways. And I suspect it was because of this that they parted ways. And that's when he joined the Huffington Post, and then he joined Al Jazeera, of course, you know, the Qatari political mouthpiece, and you then see him being moved into the mainstream here in the United States via MSNBC. And it's very bizarre because this has never been addressed by MSNBC. This was never addressed by Huffington Post. I think a couple of years ago, Mehdi Hassan was asked about it, and he said, "Oh yeah, you know, I said some dumb things in my 20s." Some dumb things. I mean, you're condemning to hell everybody that is not a Muslim. That is Islamic extremism. That is the propagation of Islamic extremism, the definition to which we have known it, you know, throughout the global war on terror. That entire time in history, Mehdi Hassan should have and would have been called an Islamic hate preacher and should have been treated like that. And he is now a lead anchor on MSNBC. That is the person that we're talking about here.
No, and hang on. And the reason I watch him, he does. He's one of the ones that has absolutely targeted the MAGA movement. This whole show has been about the targeting of the MAGA movement. He is the leader in this whole domestic. These are domestic terrorists. That's interesting. How did the advertiser? I imagine the advertisers are quite uncomfortable with his recent background as a hate monger against all non-Muslims. I take it they're very uncomfortable. Would that be correct?
Well, they should be. They should be. But, you know, not a peep from big corporate advertising on MSNBC about this. You know, nothing. What we need to talk about is the projection he's doing here, because he's ready to hurl around, oh, this guy's intolerant, this guy's Hitler, these people, you know, this cadre of I don't know, listless vessels or deplorables or whatever you want to call them are the domestic extremists and need to be treated as such. Meanwhile, in the not-so-distant past, Mehdi Hassan was proselytizing in mosques around the United Kingdom, telling people that they need to reject non-Muslims as cattle, as animals, and saying that they had no moral standard. He said in that clip that we played that only Islam, only Muslims have moral high ground. So I want answers out of MSNBC on this. I want answers out of, I mean, where are the you know, check my ads people? Where are the sleeping giants people? Are they going after the corporate advertisers on MSNBC and saying, hey, by the way, you've got basically a crazy hook-handed cleric on your network, okay? Like, maybe we have to have a conversation about that.
Raheem, where's the Southern Poverty Law Center? Shouldn't they be all over this? I thought they hold themselves out to be, you know, the group hug. Maybe we ought to check in with him. This story is quite important, Raheem, given everything of the targeting of MAGA by Hillary Clinton, you know, the formal programming camps. How do we get to the great interview plus everything else National Pulse is putting up, because you guys are a must read and my first read every morning?
Yeah, everything is over at thenationalpulse.com. You want to go to thenationalpulse.com/upgrade. The New York Times is after us today. Snopes is after us today. MSNBC is after us today. The crazy hook-handed cleric Mehdi Hassan is always after us. We need people to join up at thenationalpulse.com/war room. You can do that today and support our important work. Download the app too. Don't forget the app. We're always first with the breaking news.
If you realize the pressure and the hate that came at Raheem and the death threats and all that, I mean, Raheem Kassam is from all the work that you did for all those years, Raheem, a true hero. Once again, what's the social media?
It fuels me. And those are mostly from Steve, by the way. And it fuels me.
Being a Grundoon, always good training. Raheem, what's the social media? Once again, where they get National Pulse?
Yeah, so we're at the Nat Pulse on X, at Raheem Kassam on all of the platforms, and you can watch the YouTube interview, Rumble interview. It's up on X as well, and thenationalpulse.com. Do upgrade. Do join us.
Yeah, you know,
it makes a What a difference.
Everybody go and join. National Pulse is a must-read. By the way, Mehdi Hassam, I think, is ready for a struggle session. Raheem, I'll call you after the show. We'll check in.
We'll get to it.
Yeah, it's unacceptable. All the advertisers, all the big pharma, it's unacceptable. Just not acceptable. He's a very smart guy. Don't get me wrong. They're drawing incoming today. Let's get Natalie G. Winters. Natalie, here's the thing. A nice young woman from a terrific family, well-educated, University of Chicago, making her way in the world. And, you know, you're sitting there exposing corruption, exposing infiltration, exposing the double dealing of the American people every day, putting up stories with the receipts. Why are you drawing incoming hate from members of Congress and their associated allies, ma'am?
I think we're good now. I was going to say, I think we're just over the target. You're, of course, referencing the fact that Democratic Congresswoman, who is one of the highest ranking, if not, I believe, the ranking member on the Appropriations Committee for Congress, specifically the Defense Appropriations and Energy, which will tie into the story that we published today, called me a pawn of Putin last night for the story that we published and discussed on your show, talking about the U.S.-Ukraine Business Council, which, of course, is this swampy DC-based group that not only represents interests of the Ukraine government, but of its several hundred member companies. You got Boeing, Raytheon, Lockheed Martin, all these defense industry giants, but seemingly the same people who are pushing for more aid to Ukraine, of which Representative Kaptur has been one of the leading voices. And I don't honestly, Steve, even know how this is legal, but she is listed as a strategic advisor to the U.S.-Ukraine Business Council. So she, like I said, called me a Putin pawn. She also, and this is how you know you've really made it and you've touched a nerve, because they deployed Alexander Vindman of impeachment fame to also attack me too and say my story was inaccurate. But I think the funniest part of the Vindman quote tweet is that he actually spells Ukraine wrong when he's telling me that we need to send more aid to Ukraine. So you should either learn how to spell Ukraine first before you lecture us on why we need to send them billions of dollars, or maybe it was a Freudian slip and he's tacitly admitting that, well, aid to Ukraine is actually not going to Ukraine. Maybe that's the code name that they're using for their money laundering operation. But as you know, you shouldn't make an enemy out of me, because we just published a story today on warroom.org. Actually, believe it or not, linking this U.S.-Ukraine Business Council to Hunter Biden and Burisma. Now, people need to go to warroom.org to read the story, but I'll give you just one of the, I think, the most damning pieces of evidence that I uncovered. This is documents that were obtained by the House Ways and Means Committee. And believe it or not, back in 2016, when Biden Family Business Associate had a string of DC meetings representing Burisma, believe it or not, they met with Representative Marcy Kaptur on the same exact day that the U.S.-Ukraine Business Council held a roundtable, held a joint event with one of Burisma's executives where they discussed Ukraine's energy future. And you can see on the screen right now, do you know who they met with after that roundtable? None other than Hunter Biden.
Unbelievable. First of all, they don't know what they've gotten themselves into. When Natalie Winters, when they call and say Miss Winters on line 2, your life's about to change, not for the better one. But I got to go back, and I want to get all this up and the information because you're into it. Correct me if I'm wrong on Vindman. Didn't they just expose him a couple of months ago? He's on MSNBC all the time, and he's out there making these, you got to support Ukraine. Didn't they say that he had all these shady, he's got these companies and advisory strategic partnerships that he's making money hand over fist over on this whole money laundering operation into Ukraine?
Yes, Steve, and that's precisely the point. And I think the fact that he went into full defense mode over the U.S.-Ukraine Business Council probably suggests that he's somehow tied in with them too. But this goes to the original story we published, which, like I said, proves that we're over the target. All of these voices that you've heard in the mainstream press calling for more Ukraine aid, even saying outlandish things, calling peace talks counterproductive and damaging. That's a direct quote. And again, they're making these chorus of calls in the New York Times and the Washington Post and the Atlantic. They're all strategic advisors to this swampy lobbying firm. Or take the case of Jim Moran, these former Democratic congressmen turned Ukraine lobbyists. It's just like the Chinese Communist Party issue. It's just like any issue. They pretend to be neutral arbiters of the truth, of the facts. They're as corrupt as the fact checkers. In reality, if you follow the money, all roads lead to very conflicted interests with whether the Ukraine government itself, the defense industry, the people who are benefiting from these aid packages, or just some good old political blackmail in the form of, Hunter Biden and Burisma. And shouldn't be lost on anyone that the same day that Devon Archer is meeting with Representative Marcy Kaptur, who, like I said, I don't even know how it's legal that she could be advising a company that represents the defense industry and the Ukrainian government. How's that for a fair violation? But then he's going on to meet with Hunter Biden and hold joint events between the Ukraine Business Council and Burisma executives. Meanwhile, years later, she's literally writing letters to Zelensky demanding that he open up Ukraine to more foreign direct investment in their energy sector. This is corruption at its finest, and they've just never been held to account.
This is how, on the lead story in the paper of record, the New York Times, you see this, the headline, GOP resistance to aid in Ukraine expands in the House, litmus test for the right. It's because of the reporting of, a big part of that's the reporting of our own Natalie Winters to expose the corruption. You can't hide this anymore. It's out in the open, and she's field stripping this. Natalie, where do people go to get all your reporting, all your investigative analysis, social media, all of it? Where do they go?
Well, Putin's pawn can be found at Natalie G. Winters on all social media platforms.
Natalie, thank you so much. Thank you for the work, and thank you for carving out time today. Jump on. I'm going to have Brett up. Brett's going to be in the next block. We got to deal with the other story. Big surprise to the New York Times. With rates poised to stay high, new fears of soaring U.S. debt. Is it a new fear to you? You kulaks, the foundational, as Raheem told me, the little platoons, I think it's Burke, the little platoons. You're the civic society. You're the underpinnings of American culture, society, our civilization, our nation. You, this audience. You. Is it a new fear to you? New York Times supposed to be all these smart people. You're betters. This is the paper for your betters. That's a paper of the Upper West Side. That's a paper of the Upper East Side. But more importantly, this is the national edition. You see that up in the column? That's national edition. All the elites throughout the nation read this, from L.A. to San Francisco, and all the elites in the world read it, from Singapore to India to Beijing, Sub-Saharan Africa, all the BRICS nations. This is their paper. They get it all from that in the Financial Times of London. Is it a new fear? Homie, don't think so. Short commercial break. Brett joins us on the other side.
We rejoice when there's no more. Let's take down the
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Yeah, this Mehdi Hassan thing has got, because Raheem and I have a lot of work together over in London prior to Brexit. I almost decamped over there for a while when we launched Breitbart London. And Breitbart London, as Nigel said, was instrumental in the Brexit movement. And Raheem was the wingman. And he's got a lot of tangled a lot of times with Mehdi Hassan. So we got to drill down on that. There's something is something not right with that. We got to delve into that situation, find out why all these pharmaceutical companies, all these car companies, and what their thoughts on this are. Because this is recent, not too long ago, and he's number one. He's number one in targeting the American working class as being fascist. So this guy, we deal with this. Brad, the paper of record, it's a big surprise to them that debt, literally the headline, with rates poised to stay high, new fears of soaring U.S. debt. Is that a new fear for you, Brad? Is that a new fear for this audience?
I ran on it 10 years ago, back in 2014. The War Room's been on it for about 4 years straight every day. We got $50 trillion in debt in 10 years. Not enough of the Congress folks mention that number. I really wish they would. The $2 trillion right now is bad enough, right? In extra spending, deficit spending. The New York Times had so many glitches. El Arion, who's had a good track record of calling, says this is very disturbing, and he adds this to his call for a recession. Right. So we're getting all this economic good news, and yet the smartest guys in the room are saying the good news means a recession. And then the New York Times also says, something's going on with these global guys. They're not snapping up treasuries like we thought. They used to grab these for growth. I don't know what they got to do with growth. But that, of course, is linked to the BRICS. And the competition as a global reserve currency to the United States, right? The rest of the world is figuring out we're going to default and we're not going to pay back the $50 trillion, even the $33 trillion. And we've gone over this, right? Someone's going to take a haircut. It's going to be the poor. The rich never get a haircut. All of it's reserved to the poor. They're going to, use inflation to do that. They're going to try to stomp it out right now.
They think, remember, as the interest rates goes up, the bond price, they're afraid right now. Drudge had a link to it, and I took it off. The bond market is getting shredded. The rates are going up. You got the old bonds with the lower. That's one of the things the world's thinking about is, hey, are they bribing me with enough? If this thing keeps going, here's the calculation for the audience, because your audience, you're 10 times smarter than the New York Times.
Yep.
The refinancing of the $8 trillion that EJ and Brad have been talking to and getting you smart on for the last couple of weeks, that's setting a floor, right? That's going to set a floor. Things are going to explode. You heard it here first. The interest payment is going to blow through, I think, $1 trillion this coming fiscal year. You watch, I guess, the thing on the $2 trillion, it's going to blow through, and it's going to be Armageddon. Because you got the law of large numbers now, Dave. You see every day. It's $2 trillion has been added since the debt. Hey, Garrett Graves, in your financial model, in Patrick McHenry's financial model, did you tell us it was going to be $2 trillion between May and October that was going to be added and had to be financed? No, I don't think so. I must have missed that pitch. Brad, before I let you go on the capital markets, I've been calling out the delegation to the U.S. House of Representatives from the South, and I'm a proud Southerner. Why are they in the bag for the establishment? Except for a few exceptions, why is the entire Alabama, Mississippi, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, Commonwealth of Virginia, Commonwealth of Kentucky, Tennessee, Arkansas, Oklahoma, Louisiana, and the great Republic of Texas, let's throw in Florida, this is an exception. Why is the entire South, the solid South, MAGA country, the burning white-hot base of President Trump, why are all those delegates in the establishment camp? What's the problem there?
Well, they may not be anymore. The dam just broke if they didn't get the memo for the first time in decades. And so the answer is because the cost of elections have gone up so much, right? When I started running, $1 million was a lot. Now it's $10 million if you're in a tough race. they give the most liberal members of the Conservative Party 20 million. I'm not exaggerating. I sat in all these meetings, right? The most liberal members of the Conservative Party get 20 million. I get it if they're going to vote for good policy that's good for the average American. But that, in short, is the answer. And I had to look over at my screen again because I didn't want to misquote him. But Rick Santelli, who I love, right on the exchange floor, he said, worst case scenario, 7 years, the 10-year Treasury's at 13%. Because the bond vigilantes are starting to figure out that what this inflation curse is going to cost us. That was a day ago. And Santelli's got a head on his shoulders. Yeah.
Read that. By the way, we're leaving with Billy Joe Shaver, Charlie Kirk's neck. Read that quote again. I got to get that. Give me, because Santelli's my man. Read it. Yeah.
He said, worst case scenario, in quotes, where are the Treasury rates going to go? 10-year, I'd say in the next 7 years, you should be able to see 13.5 or 14% on the 10-year Treasury.
Hey,
and then he got another line of the 4 horses of the apocalypse riding the bond vigilantes, and death is near.
Yeah. Dave, real quickly, your social media. We got to bounce.
Yep. Brad Economics on Getter. I'll be posting the charts. Keep the young scholars looking. Come visit Liberty. God bless everybody.
Okay, MAGA. They're going to send you to a deprogramming. You're the guarantors of our stability. The little platoons, Burke's little platoons. Folks, think of what Santelli said. If you're under 40 years old and you vote for this, you deserve everything coming to you. Kirk next, Posobiec after that. We're back here 5 to 7. We will be on fire. Of that, I can commit to you. See you then. Billy Joe Shaver. Get thee behind me, Satan. See you back here at 5.
Of Nazareth, yeah. Get thee behind me, Satan. For I commanded in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ. Yeah, I say get thee behind me, Satan. Jesus Christ of Nazareth. Oh, get thee behind me, Satan. For I command it in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ. Amen, amen, amen. Amen, brother.
going to. He'll be like the many historical traditions of people with big names who run and get several percentage points. I don't see it much higher than that for him. Now, Elon Musk, like a lot of wealthy people, can play an interesting role, but our democracy, and especially our presidential races, are so up to the individual main party candidates, Democrat and Republican. That's where the action is. The bigger question, Martha, to me at least, is what's No Labels going to do? If No Labels puts up a serious candidate, that has the potential to really jumble this up more than RFK, more than Cornel West.
Who would that be, Ari? That's the problem. Who is that person?
Yeah,
if they put up a serious candidate.
I mean, the ones people talk about, of course, are Democratic Senator Joe Manchin from West Virginia, the former Republican governor of Maryland, Larry Hogan. I don't know.
Do you see either one of those people generating a significant following?
No, but the issue here is that Trump and Biden are two historically unpopular leaders of their party. Joe Biden has massive problems with independents and Republicans, and Trump has huge problems. He brings out a lot of Democrats. So that's the gap. That's the opening. That's why 2024 is going to be such a year of unbelievable uncertainty.
Yeah. I completely agree with you. I think anyone who thinks that this is set may be in for a big surprise. I'm not sure what that catalyst is going to be, but I think you're absolutely right that we should all be alert and watching all of these moving pieces to see how it shakes out, because a majority of people don't want Biden or Trump based on the polling. So we'll see where it goes. All right, always good to have you with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Martha.
So once again, podcaster Joe Rogan expressing some displeasure with the valuation of Trump's Mar-a-Lago mega home. It's also a club, and the $250 million fraud case against the former president. Listen to this.
It's 20 acres in like the most expensive real estate in that area. Like a house down the street from it, much smaller. It's just sold for $50 million.
Former Trump White House Deputy Secretary Hogan Gidley and Kevin Walling up next.
Veteran homeowners, need cash but worried you can't get a home loan because of your credit? Here's great news. At New Day, we've been granted automatic authority by the VA to make our own loan approval decisions. In fact, if you've had credit challenges and missed a payment along the way, you're more than 5 times more likely to get approved for the New Day 100 VA cash out loan. No one knows veterans like New Day USA.
Call 1-888-497-0554.
Some things are good to know, like where to find the cheapest gas in town and which supermarket gives you the most bang for your buck. Something else that's good to know? If you have Medicare and Medicaid, you may be able to get more health care benefits through a Humana Medicare Advantage dual-eligible special needs plan. Call now to see if there's a plan in your area and to see if you qualify. All of these plans include doctor, hospital, and prescription drug coverage in one convenient plan. From Humana, a company with over 60 years of experience in the healthcare industry. You'll have lots of doctors and specialists to choose from. And if you have Medicare and Medicaid, a Humana Medicare Advantage dual-eligible special needs plan can give you other important benefits. All of these plans include coverage for dental, with 2 free cleanings a year, plus fillings and a yearly exam. Vision, including eye exams and a yearly allowance for eyewear. And hearing benefits, including routine hearing exams and coverage for hearing aids, plus an allowance to help pay for essentials like eligible groceries, utilities, and rent, even over-the-counter items. And whatever you don't spend gets carried over to the next month. Best of all, you'll pay nothing for covered prescriptions all year long, even the brand name ones. And $0 for routine vaccines, including shingles, at in-network retail pharmacies. So if you have Medicare and Medicaid, call now to see if there's a plan in your area that could give you extra benefits, including coverage for prescription drugs, plus dental, vision, and hearing, and more. A knowledgeable licensed Humana sales agent will walk you through your options. And if you're eligible, and there's a plan in your area, help you enroll over the phone. Call today, and we'll also send this free guide. Humana, a more human way to healthcare.
A lot of people need to replace their windows or patio doors, but they put it off because they think it'll be too expensive. Hi, I'm Ann Romer. I'm here with Michael Smith from Renewal by Andersen. You really work with the customers to find affordable solutions.
We do, Ann. We're the replacement window division of Andersen, one of the largest window manufacturers in North America. So we can usually offer our customers larger discounts and better financing than smaller companies or contractors.
Other window companies don't offer your same window and door installation method.
Our installers have installed thousands of windows. Our windows are manufactured to precisely fit your specific window openings. Being custom built also means if you have any beautiful trim that you'd like to keep, we can often install your windows without impacting that trim. You won't get this with most vinyl windows.
And you offer a free window and patio door diagnosis?
We do. We'll come to your home and assess your current windows, show you where you might be losing energy, and take measurements. Then we'll leave you with an exact price quote that's good for an entire year.
So you're not a high-pressure company.
My background is in home remodeling as a carpenter. I've seen every window problem out there. So now I just want to help homeowners make their homes more beautiful and comfortable with the right window.
And your patio doors are really gorgeous.
They are. And they're engineered to easily open and close for years. And with multiple locking points on our patio doors, they provide even greater security.
That is so great to hear, Michael. Thank you.
Before October 31st, buy one window, patio door, or entry door and get the next one 40% off. That's 40% off with a minimum purchase of 4. And our financing can help make this project more affordable with 0 money down, 0 monthly payments, and 0 interest for 1 year. This offer ends October 31st. For a free appointment with Renewal by Andersen, call 1-800-704-4200. That's 1-800-704-4200.
Bit of breaking news just crossing moments ago, and it is this from Politico that Kevin McCarthy is reportedly considering quitting Congress after becoming the first speaker ever to be removed from the job. It reports that McCarthy does plan to stay in the House until a new speaker is chosen, but it suggests that he may resign before the end of his term. You remember they just gave him Nancy Pelosi's old office. There are a lot of concerns about his fundraising power for the party and the strength that he brings to the table in that regard, and whether or not he would still be in that position or want to do that, given what has unfolded this week. So that's the very latest, the potential that Kevin McCarthy may not finish out his term as a California member of Congress now that he is no longer Speaker of the House. We'll keep you posted. We get some more information on that. We will bring it to you. And Joe Rogan talking about one of the disputes in former President Trump's civil fraud trial that is ongoing here in New York City. And it's an issue that's gotten a lot of attention. It's that of the value of the former president's Mar-a-Lago property, which you're looking at on the right-hand side of your screen here.
Here's the wildest one that's going on right now. You know the Mar-a-Lago controversy of the pricing or the
inflated value of the house.
The Mar-a-Lago.
Yeah.
The judge ruled that it was worth $18 million. It's 20 acres in like the most expensive real estate in that area. Like a house down the street from it, much smaller, it's just sold for $50 million. That's like too obvious that you don't give a about the truth.
Rogan slamming the judge for estimating that Mar-a-Lago could be worth only $18 million, which is actually a small number in Palm Beach. But that original number did come from the low end of an official appraisal that was done years back. But the judge went with the low end of that estimate when he referred to the property, and he got himself a whole lot of attention on that, writing in this ruling, quote, from 2011 to 2021, the Palm Beach County assessor appraised the market value of Mar-a-Lago at between $18 million and $27 million. So let's bring in Hogan Gidley, former White House Deputy Press Secretary for President Trump, and Kevin Walling, a former Biden campaign surrogate. Gentlemen, great to have both of you with us this afternoon. This is relevant, Hogan, because it goes to the argument that's being made in this fraud case that the Trump team vastly overestimates the valuation on these properties, and that they use that to get favorable bank and insurance company terms. Your thoughts on this and what Joe Rogan had to say?
Well, it's 100% relevant, Martha, and Joe Rogan's absolutely right. I mean, I looked up today, there are vacant lots in Palm Beach going for more than $18 million. This is a 20-acre estate. It is sprawling and has waterfront property both on the intercoastal waterway and the coastline itself, which is extremely rare, one of the only properties in the country, not to mention the beach club or the ballroom, the croquet courts, the tennis courts. The entire thing is massive, and everyone knows this thing is worth hundreds of millions of dollars. But I'm less concerned about the judge's real estate prowess and more concerned about how he's conducted himself so far in this courtroom. When he lets in cameras, that's fine. But when they approach the bench, he turns and looks at them and does a double take like he didn't know they were there, then takes off his glasses, looks at the camera and smiles, then turns back to the crowd and shrugs his shoulders and kind of chuckles as if it's some intro to a bad 1980s sitcom. That is extremely weird.
Oh my goodness,
Letitia James is sitting there as well, and the entire process is political, and that judge shows it is so.
Well, Kevin, the judge and the AG are both elected officials. And I just want to remind everybody of the kind of thing, because I think for a lot of people who look at this, they can't understand what's going on. They expect this to be impartial. They also understand, I think, that real estate valuations are subjective in a lot of ways. And they've seen all these other cases against Donald Trump, but they're trying to figure out what this one's really all about. This is Letitia James back in 2018 and 19, stating her case quite clearly. Watch this.
As the next Attorney General, I see the law as a sword and as a shield to protect those who are vulnerable, because no one is above the law, including this illegitimate president.
I'm running for Attorney General because I will never be afraid to challenge this illegitimate president.
Kevin, your thoughts on how people should perceive all that and watch her in the courtroom supposedly in an unbiased position?
Yeah, Martha, it's good to be with you. Listen, you know, this is a black and white fraud case, and it's a bit complicated because it involves a lot of these properties that Hogan was just talking about. But it is, you know, she's empowered by state law to prosecute, to investigate companies headquartered in D.C. or headquartered in New York, rather, that show repeated issues with fraud. And one element of that is that overestimation of worth that actually came to light from Michael Cohen's testimony before Congress just a few years ago. So I think the process should play out. I hate the fact that, you know, you have the Attorney General out there saying those words, because, again, I think that's a distraction. And, you know, it's right to sometimes jump to the conclusion that she's politically motivated in that case when you play clips like that. Yeah. And the law should be separate from
Kevin,
that. You know, I'm a Democrat.
How many other real estate firms do you think she's going after in New York for similar things?
That's a good question. I don't know, Martha. I'd be interested to find out. But, you know, listen, you know, you have a family, a company, an individual, and the former president who's even barred from running a charitable organization in New York because of fraud. So I think you see a pattern like this developing with Donald Trump, you know, the bankruptcies, things like that, and you see that pattern, and that's, you know, the Attorney General of the state is empowered by state law to prosecute and investigate companies that go down that fraud route.
I don't dispute that. There's a number of cases going on. I think people just want fairness, and I think that's kind of what makes them a little unsettled when they watch some of this. Just one more quick soundbite here, and a different topic for you before I let you go, and I want to get a take from you on each of you on this. Here's Hillary Clinton speaking yesterday with Christiane Amanpour about what she thinks has to happen to Trump supporters in order to basically eradicate this element from the country. Watch this.
Sadly, so many of those extremists, those MAGA extremists, take their marching orders from Donald Trump, who has no credibility left by any measure. At some point, you know, maybe there needs to be a formal deprogramming of the cult members.
Hogan.
Yeah, I think for many on the left, Hillary Clinton remains an icon, but for the vast majority of the country, I think she's turned into a punchline. Her level of disrespect and disdain for the American people, a majority of whom did not vote for her or support her simply because they have a difference in policy, is absolutely insane. She's doubling down on the comments she made back in 2016 in which she pointed to people who didn't like her as deplorables and a basket of deplorables, irredeemables. This is the type of elitism of people at the top of the food chain that look at everybody else who for some reason just doesn't like them and views them as lesser than they are. It is an exclamation point on the problem that we face in this country, where so many people are clamoring for policies that put the American people first, whereas the elites like Hillary Clinton look down on those who would dare support anyone other than her and her radical ideologies.
Kevin, what do you think politically? Is this kind of talk, is it helpful to Hillary Clinton, one of the most prominent people in the Democrat Party, for the party on the whole?
Yeah, Martha, listen, I watched the whole interview. I think, we're focusing on that one word, and it's, probably not that helpful to a lot of folks out there. I give the Trump campaign and Hogan a lot of credit in 2016. One of the reasons I think we were all surprised is the former president turned out a lot of new voters, right, in disaffected, states. Where people were frustrated, and his populist vision, resonated with those folks. Now, those folks are wholly devoted to the president. They're not the former president. They're not really, in a lot of ways, consider themselves as Republicans. So they go along with the former president's grievances. They understand, his frustrations. And I think, if you look at polling, a lot of these folks that backed the former president, did so because they don't fundamentally believe in the peaceful transition of power. Some of the liberal norms that we, little L liberal norms that we hold dear in this society. I think that's what the former Secretary of State was grappling with, is you have a lot of these folks that go along with the former president's
we could have a long
that,
discussion about what they believe in and whether or not they don't believe in the peaceful transition of power. I think a lot of them would take issue with that, but I do have to leave it there, you guys. Kevin
Look at the polling, Martha.
Hogan, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. We'll say it next time. Thank you very much, guys. Good to see you. So this story is getting a ton of attention. Popular weight loss drugs like Ozempic. Now there's a concern that so many people will eventually be on these drugs in this country that the need for food will drop in America. I'll be right back.
Introducing Ned's Plaque Psoriasis. He thinks his flaky red patches are all people see.
Otezla is the #1 prescribed pill to treat plaque psoriasis.
Ned?
It can help you get clearer skin and reduce itching and flaking, with no routine blood tests required. Doctors have been prescribing it for nearly a decade. Otezla is also approved to treat psoriatic arthritis. Don't use Otezla if you're allergic to it. Serious allergic reactions can happen. Otezla may cause severe diarrhea, nausea, or vomiting. Some people taking Otezla had depression, suicidal thoughts, or weight loss. Upper respiratory tract infection and headache may occur.
With clear skin, movie night is a groovy night. Live in the moment. Ask your doctor about Otezla.
It's only a matter of time until your check engine light comes on, or worse yet, your car needs repair. That could mean a big surprise auto repair bill. Those repairs are more expensive than ever. A new engine can be over $5,000. A new transmission over $4,000. That's why it's so important you call CarShield today. CarShield is the #1 auto protection company in the country.
I like CarShield because they were reliable, they were affordable, and they were trustworthy.
Well, I think everybody should have CarShield. Once your manufacturer's warranty is expired, there's just no big bills. If we needed repairs, CarShield was there for us.
Now it's your turn to get the peace of mind that comes with having CarShield, so you can worry less about auto repairs. Call or go online right now to get CarShield for yourself. Friendly, knowledgeable, money-saving representatives are available 24 hours a day. So if your car is 20 years old or newer, just tell us the make and model of your car or truck to get an instant plan quote. In a matter of minutes, you can be covered.
I was elated that I had CarShield. I was more than happy.
There's no fun when you have a car and it's broken and you can't pay for it to get it fixed.
Here's how CarShield works. When your car needs repair, you take it to your favorite mechanic or even your dealer, and CarShield gets them paid directly. That's why CarShield is America's #1 auto protection provider.
CarShield is just the best thing to take away the fear that when something is going to go wrong with your car, because it will, and CarShield is going to be there to back you up.
My experience with CarShield
is that they absolutely come through every time I need them.
If my car breaks down, I can count on CarShield to cover it for me. CarShield definitely has my back.
Now it's the time to make the smart choice and protect yourself from sky-high auto repair bills. Call now for a free and instant protection plan quote. It's only a matter of time until repairs are needed, and once your car breaks down, it's too late.
Call 1-800-908-6039 or go to carshield.com. Get covered today.
I try to put my arm around any vet that I can, absolutely. At New Day USA, that's what we're doing. We put our arm around the veterans. When I think of the veteran out there that he needs to refi his home, he may want to purchase, and we can help them and provide that financial solution for them and their families. It's a great, rewarding feeling. Everybody in the company, they have that deference and that respect and that love for the veteran that makes this company so unique.
It's a new day.
I'd like to take a moment to address my fellow veterans, because I know so many of you have served our country honorably. One of the benefits that we as a country give you as a veteran is your eligibility for a VA loan, which lets you buy a home with no down payment. Now there's no reason to rent when you can own, helping veterans buy homes. That's New Day USA.
Call 1-888-708-0453.
Okay, back with breaking news here on the story. We now have a brand new ruling on former President Donald Trump's request to pause this civil fraud trial in New York. Correspondent Nate Foy standing by as we start to get this news. Nate, at this point, what do you know?
Well, Martha, I can tell you that former President Trump's team has been seeking to delay this $250 million civil fraud trial, but the appeals court judge just did not give them good news today, ruling that the trial will continue. Trump's argument here is that the pretrial ruling from Justice Engoron is not correct and not fair. In fact, Chris Kise, Trump's lawyer, says that it is an avalanche of error, that judgment being that former President Trump is liable for fraud, which of course is at the center of this entire trial that is expected to take months. Mid-December, this trial is expected to last until the Trump's team argues that a lot of people will lose their jobs because of that order. So essentially, this trial, the civil fraud trial, will continue. Former President Trump, of course, was here in person in New York earlier this week. The Attorney General's office said that it was essentially a campaign fundraising stop for him, and they criticized Trump's team for waiting to file this motion for a stay until after he left the courtroom. And we're just going through the papers right now, but essentially Trump's team is not happy. They say that there's been no evidence of wrongdoing, that the president essentially is innocent until proven guilty, so that this pretrial ruling finding him liable for fraud and potentially people losing their jobs because of that is not fair. But the appeals court judge not agreeing with that. So the trial for the $250 million civil fraud case continues, Martha. And we'll keep listening into that and let you know what comes of that. But, you know, financial experts have been testifying throughout all week, and we'll keep listening in and we'll report back.
Well, that's what I wanted to ask you one quick question about, Nate, because we know that one of the former accountants for the Trump Organization was on the stand earlier this week, and the judge became very frustrated in the line of questioning from the Trump team. So, you know, shed a little light, because we're seeing this video at the top, and then we see the former president when he comes out. What's your feel for what's going on during this trial and how it's looking?
Well, it's interesting, Martha. Essentially, you mentioned Justice Engoron becoming upset, and the reason for that is that with these financial experts that have been giving testimony, former President Trump's team has tried going through year by year and getting testimony regarding the financial statements and documents that were prepared by these various accountants, essentially, and financial experts during that time. And the judge wanted Trump's team to essentially consolidate all of those questions to encompass many years altogether, whereas Trump's team's argument in response was essentially that they were just being thorough. And then on top of all that, Martha, there's this issue about the statute of limitations where Trump's team continuously objects, saying that 80% of this case should be thrown out because in some cases the line is 2014, in other cases it's 2016. But when testimony began, Martha, a lot of the state's questioning with Donald Bender, former President Trump's old accountant, was in relation to financial statements from 2011. And they've since moved to more recent financial statements. But former President Trump's team believes that 80% of this case should be thrown out. And then when they have been questioning these witnesses on a year-by-year basis, the judge has accused them of wasting everyone's time. So the judge is trying to expedite this process, and it appears to be dragging out in his view right now, and we'll see exactly what comes of this in the next couple days.
It's an unusual situation. It's not the kind of trial that most people are used to watching on TV. There's no jury in this trial. The judge made a very broad statement about the case before it even started. So his feelings about this fraud case are very well known at this time. He'd love to move the whole thing along, and you can't blame the other side for trying to go piece by piece and prove their case. So we'll see where it goes. Nate, thank you very much. Breaking news from Nate Foy in the Trump case this afternoon. So before we let you go, how about this? 24 million. That is how many Americans Morgan Stanley analysts predict will be taking weight loss drugs on a regular basis, like Ozempic, by the year 2035. It's a huge burgeoning market. And the popular appetite suppressants are apparently rattling the food industry because this drug makes people eat less and want less food. Let's bring in Dr. Sharon Giese. She is a plastic surgeon who's been prescribing patients Ozempic since May of last year and has been recording the results and studying this. Doctor, good to have you with us today. So first of all, is this a good trend for the country to have, I don't know, I saw one number, I think it was like 3 in 10 people on Ozempic by 2035. Is that the kind of world that we want to live in? Is that healthy?
Well, I think that we're trending towards a healthier space because right now there's an obesity epidemic in this country. Nearly 40% of adults in the U.S. are obese, with probably 69% of us being overweight or obese. So there's overconsumption in this society. And it's difficult for people to lose weight, and this has been a real breakthrough. The semaglutide is the active ingredient in Ozempic and Wegovy, and that's helping people eat less in a pretty natural way.
Interesting. So you don't think, some people have said that, it made them too thin, that once you go off it, the weight comes back on. They don't want to necessarily be on a drug for the rest of their lives. Quick thought on that, doctor.
Sure. That's not my goal with my patients. We want to get patients to their target weight if they're overweight relative to themselves or they're really technically obese. But we want to get them to the target weight and make sure that they're maintaining, and then ideally to get off of the medication. All right.
Doctor, what about people eating less food? Are you worried about the grocery stores in the country?
No, I think that people are finding other things to spend their money on, particularly with, I'm not an economist, but inflation and everything else. I think that those food companies are easily able to find something else for patients to spend their money on.
So it's a really interesting topic. Doctor, thank you very much for stopping by. Good to have you with us today.
All right, thank you.
So before we let you go on the story today, a final salute to a friend and a hero of World War II. Vincent Speranza, a veteran of the 101st Airborne, died recently at the age of 98. I was honored to know Vince, spending time with him in France at the 75th anniversary of Normandy, watching him jump out of a plane there as he did every year. He had planned to jump at the 80th next spring. He wanted us to join him on that jump in the spring, and we are sorry that we won't have the opportunity to do that with him. Vince was recipient of the Bronze Star for Valor and 2 Purple Hearts. He fought in the fierce Battle of the Bulge at Bastogne, and there is nothing that he wouldn't do in battle for his fellow troops, including one move that made him a little bit famous when he wrote about it, finding a running beer tap in France in the heat of battle and delivering beer back to the hospital in his helmet for his buddies to the wounded. He was also a very gifted storyteller. Watch this.
The barracks light come on. All right. Saddle up, we're going up to the front. We said, you're crazy, the ground's frozen, we'll all break our legs. I said, "You're not jumping, you're going up in trucks." All I could think of was all my airborne training, all my parachute jumps. I'm going to make my first combat jump off the back of a truck.
That was Vincent, and there he is in a jump that he did recently in Florida. He loved jumping. He was a little bit unhappy when he had to jump in tandem. He didn't feel like that was the real deal, but it was a special treat to watch him and to know him. Watch a little bit of this.
Yeah!
Woo! Fantastic! Fantastic.
Airborne!
That's the man right there.
Let me tell you, Vince knew how to live life. He embraced it to the fullest until the very end. He was an American hero, a wonderful man. We thank him and his family for their kindness to us as we got to know him, and obviously for his service and for his sacrifice and their sacrifice. So, Vincent Speranza, all the best to you and to your family as he moves on to heaven. So we're grateful to have known him. Thanks for being here, everybody. Great to have you with us. Happy Friday. We will see you when the story goes on Monday.
All right, the battle for the next Speaker of the House still raging on. Donald Trump throwing his weight, as you might have heard, and ample influence behind one Jim Jordan, as Steve Scalise shows no signs of backing down. All of this as the Republican Congress plans to vote on a secret ballot next week on who their nominee will be for Speaker. Will Donald Trump be a kingmaker, or could this be a deal breaker? Welcome, everybody. I'm Neil Cavuto. Let's first go to Chad Berger on Capitol Hill, keeping track of these fast-moving developments. Chad, where are we on all of this?
Neil, good afternoon. The endorsement of Jim Jordan by former President Trump cut multiple ways. It may boost Jordan among Trump loyalists, but some Republicans believe the last thing they need is a speaker endorsed by the former president. Jordan says he's the guy.
Who can bring our team together, who can unite our conference, and who can go tell the American people what we're doing and why it's important to them. But someone's got to be able to come forward, unite the Republicans around our message, around what we're doing for the American people, and go take that message to the country and deliver it in a compelling, succinct way, which I think I can do.
But House Majority Leader Steve Scalise towers over Jordan when it comes to his fundraising prowess. He also has more direct connections with many rank-and-file members. Scalise argues he's the one to challenge Democrats.
We're going to come together as a House. They're scared to death, by the way, of us coming to the House under my guidance as Speaker to go and get in this fight again. Because once we're back in this fight, the country is already there. They're ready to solve these problems.
But there's a possible candidate under the radar. He's undeclared, from Oklahoma, and chairs what's called the Republican Study Committee, the largest bloc of conservatives in the House.
I think one wild card in this, Neil, is Kevin Hern. Kevin has laid low and just made conversations, but Kevin is extremely talented. He's been on the conservative wing of the Congress. He's well respected, but he just hasn't thrown his name in yet.
The GOP plans to vote by secret ballot next Wednesday. That could signal where the candidates stand. But they will not go to the floor until Republicans feel they have a candidate who can win. They want to avoid multiple rounds of failed votes. Neil?
Chad, I'm sure they want to avoid another problem with the whole vacate the speaker thing that required only one congressman to sort of put that in motion. How likely is that?
Well, there's a lot of talk about that, but they have to get a speaker first. They cannot change the House rules until they get a speaker.
All right. And then the issue becomes, once you have a speaker, whether some of those 8 who weren't too keen on the last one agree to remove that, right?
There has been some chatter up here that whoever they pick next doesn't stay too long. You know, there was the year that England had 3 kings, Neil.
So true, so true. And don't get me started on the number of bocce ball champions we've had. You are amazing, young man. Thank you very much, Jet Pergram, on all of that. All right, Congressman Steve Womack, Arkansas Republican, on all of this battle. You are, at least at this point, sir, supporting Steve Scalise. You still stand by that?
Yeah, I do. I think he's the best qualified. You know, we need somebody that can unite us. We need somebody with the credentials. We need somebody with an operation already in place. He has that. We need somebody that can raise money. We need somebody that's got the conservative bona fides that can help unite all Republicans. That guy is Steve Scalise, in my opinion.
I take it by that guy is not Jim Jordan, do you?
Well, look, I know them all well. I know Kevin Hern well. All good friends of mine. All very capable people. At this stage of the game, Neil, the Republican conference needs somebody to step up to the plate and be able to lead. And I think the guy that is in the best position right now to do what needs to happen to the Republican conference is Steve Scalise.
Were you surprised, Congressman, that Donald Trump did weigh in and say he thinks otherwise? He thinks Jim Jordan.
Not really, because Mr. Trump likes to get involved in all things political. And as Chad said, you know, I mean, look, that could be zero sum. I mean, it could be helpful to Jim in some respects. It could be detrimental in some respects. I'm not real sure what the weight of the endorsement actually is. All I can tell you is this decision is going to be made.
This week, Congressman, are you worried?
There's going to have to be some healing. There are hard feelings. Emotionally charged rooms with low ceilings, that's HC5 where we meet. People get very angry at one another, particularly when there's a lot of finger pointing going on. So, which is another test for the new speaker. That person is going to have to be able to rub some salve in those wounds help us heal, bring us back together, get us refocused on the issues that the American people are thinking about. We got a insecure border. We've got an economy that needs help. We've got national security issues. We need to move appropriations. I mean, there is no end to business that we need. And as I said a minute ago, clock is ticking and we're out of timeout. So we need to get back to the business.
We'll see if that happens, sir, from your mouth. All right, Oklahoma Republican Kevin Hern, who Congressman Womack was just referring to, will be my special guest tomorrow, looking at this race and what's at stake at 10 a.m. Eastern time. Now, when we talked to him a little more than 24 hours ago, he seemed open to the idea of running. He had apparently told the Texas delegation of Republicans in a separate meeting that he was eyeing it. Now, whether that means he's ultimately going to do that, we'll see. We talked to him tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern time. We're going to have a busy show there, handicapping all of this and talking about what happened to the corner of Wall and Broad today. A big advance in the Dow of about 288 points. We had a much stronger than expected jobs report. We had about 336,000 jobs added to the economy. Again, no one expected anything like that. It was about double what we thought it would be. And that initially led to a lot of selling in the belief that that was going to prompt the Federal Reserve to intervene and keep rates higher. Then there was a subcomponent within the subcomponents of this report that showed wage growth, while still advancing, continued slowing that advance for the fifth straight month. In other words, running about 0.2% year over year. Now, that might not seem much to you, but the fact of the matter is that had been running at about a 0.7% clip year over year. I know gobbledygook, but the market seized on it as a sign that maybe the advance we're seeing in wage inflation is beginning to slow, even though right now, in the aggregate, it is not. So we're on top of that. And on top of one of the world's most successful investors ever, stopping by to have a chat with us concerning this confusing environment for stocks, this confusing and fighting environment on Capitol Hill, and why, to one Ray Dalio, the most successful hedge fund manager ever, why this is something that happens in institutions in their final throw, an empire in its final gasp. After this.
Lowe's knows you want to make everyone feel at home this season. That's why with Hisense appliances, you can get a lot more without spending a lot more. Because the only thing better than scoring quality appliances is the quality time that follows. Shop Hisense appliances now exclusively at Lowe's.
Constant Contact's advanced automation lets you send the right message at the right time, every time. Constant Contact, helping the small stand tall.
Investing in gold doesn't have to be complicated. I'm Colin Plume, the CEO of Noble Gold Investments, and I want to take the time to show you how investing in a gold IRA can help you hedge your bets against inflation and other economic concerns on the horizon. Visit Noble Gold Investments and get our free gold investment guide on buying gold the right way. And make sure you're investing with the right company. Visit noblegoldinvestments.com.
When you've tried everything.
I was getting chemical peels, bleaching creams.
This is melasma. I'm trying to get rid of it. I've tried everything.
Introducing Muesli Face RX, prescription skincare delivered straight to your door. The spot cream is 10 times more potent than over-the-counter and prescription alternatives, so you'll finally see a difference.
My skin looks amazing.
It's amazing.
I'm a loyal customer forever.
See for yourself at muesli.com/TV.
My name is Ruthie, and I love helping people. There's so many people that are down. Sometimes all it takes is a piece of pie to make the sunshine come in their life again. And with the help of Balance of Nature, it's making it more fun and giving me more energy. And I would really like to thank Balance of Nature. These are mine for life.
Start now by going to balanceofnature.com and get 35% off your first order as a preferred customer by using discount code Fox News.
Vehicle breakdowns are costly.
It started making some really weird noises.
If your check engine light comes on tomorrow, the repair could easily cost thousands.
Is that transmission?
But with Endurance, you could never pay out of pocket for a costly repair again.
They covered a $14,000 engine replacement.
$1,400. Endurance paid it. Who's going to pay for your next car repair? You or Endurance?
Call right now to get $300 off any plan. Call now.
A Ron DeSantis exclusive. The GOP hopeful highlights his policies to lead America in his first Sunday show sit-down as a candidate. Shannon has the must-see interview on Fox News Sunday.
Guys, listen up. Want to try the strongest FDA-approved ED meds available? If appropriate, get maximum strength generic Viagra prescribed online at 95% off. Just $2 per tablet at RexMD.com.
Hi, I'm Daniel, the founder of Pretty Litter. By working with scientists and veterinarians, I was able to develop a long-lasting litter with advanced odor control, low dust, and most importantly, color-changing technology. So give it a try. Visit prettylitter.com today.
Attention, former Marines and family members stationed at Camp Lejeune. If you lived or worked at Camp Lejeune, North Carolina for at least 30 days from August 1953 through December 1987 and have been diagnosed with cancer, neurobehavioral effects, had a child born with birth defects, were diagnosed with fertility issues or more, you may qualify for significant financial compensation. Call Saddle Rock Legal Group now to discuss your case. It has been proven that the water at Camp Lejeune during those years was extremely contaminated with toxic chemicals. A new law passed by Congress now allows veterans and their surviving family members to bring lawsuits and potentially recover damages for harm from exposure to contaminated water at Camp Lejeune. Don't wait until it's too late. It only takes a few minutes and the call is completely free. Call Saddle Rock Legal Group to discuss your case now.
Call 1-800-630-3838. That's 1-800-630-3838.
You know the term hedge fund. It refers to those who pay a lot of money in the hope that they can make a lot of money. And if they were customers of Bridgewater Associates, arguably the largest and most successful hedge fund in human history, they made a ton of money, and so did he, with a valuation and worth today close to $20 billion. Now, he built that zigging while other investors were zagging, so he also has a sweeping sense of history. So it's not often when he talks to the media, especially the broadcast media, but he felt the need to step back, take a look at what's going on in the world, what we're seeing in Washington, the leadership changes, the fighting over spending and all of that, this debt crisis that gets more heated by the day. And Ray Dalio decided to say, you know what, there are parallels here I want to share with you. And so he is, right now. Take a look.
So there were three things that are happening now that didn't happen in our lifetime before, was the enormous amount of debt creation. Are there limits to debt creation? And how does that work? And what does it mean when a central bank prints money and buys money? And what does that mean for reserve currency? So number one, that debt economic issue. Number two, internal conflict. In other words, populists of the left and populists of the right. Populist means an individual who will fight and win at all cost and not compromise. And that political polarity, which we see played out every day in its ways, that didn't happen to that degree in my lifetime. The wealth gaps, the values gaps have not been as large. So I measure things, I go back, and that factor. And number three, the great power conflict internationally, the rise of a comparable power. In other words, China has an economic power comparable to almost the United States economic power, as well as a military power, where the Soviet Union never had economic power and they couldn't use its military power because of mass destruction that it would produce. So these three things led me to study the past 500 years, because these things go in cycles. Before the British Empire, there was the Dutch Empire, and how that worked.
People hearing what you're saying are going to interpret that. Everything he warns about or cites or focuses on is a big worry right here.
That's right. I have a principle. If you worry, you don't have to worry. And if you don't worry, you need to worry. Because if you worry, then you'll take care of the things that you're worrying about. If you don't worry, you won't. Yeah. We have to worry that they're not worrying.
Right.
And we have to worry they're not dealing with it. You're asking, what do we do? Okay, we might communicate. And we do know that every one of these things, if we work together in a smart, bipartisan way, so that we can do the best balancing of those choices, that we can deal with most of these problems. But the problem is, I'm agreeing with you. The reality is how each of those that there is populism of both extremes, meaning that both parties are lining up for a fight.
You've talked about this in general, principles for dealing with, changing world order, principles for success, I mean, this has become such a phenomenon with all your bestsellers that's even attributed tens of millions who hop on YouTube just to catch what you're saying. But what you're saying is we're none of that, really. We're not following any principles at this point. So I'm just wondering what the fallout from that could be. And is anyone on earth presently doing that? If we're in the final throes of something that could be very bad, we can avoid it. You say if we address this, but we're not. Is there a politician, a candidate, someone who stands out to you that gives you hope?
We need bipartisan middle. The majority of Americans want a bipartisan middle. We're having extremes at both sides. But if you even just had members of either party say, I'm bipartisan, I want to work across party lines. And then if you have those, and then you build a coalition of those, that could make a big difference, I would hope. But it's come down to that the things that people will fight for have become, I will not compromise, I'm going to win at all costs. And so the rules are in jeopardy. So we're going to see over this period of, let's say, the next 5 years, we're going to see political changes, geopolitical changes, we're going to see financial consequences, and we're going to see issues pertaining to the cost of climate, and we're going to see big technology changes that are going to change our lives in important ways.
But we're not addressing some of the very things you're talking about.
I agree, Neil. Okay, so I'm just saying there's a fork in the road here.
Yeah.
Okay, as I see it. You either do or you don't. The probability is we won't. And if we don't, you as an individual and everybody has to know how to deal with that. I've learned some things. I want to pass them along. I write the books. And I don't want to, and then I deal with my philanthropy and how I'm going to do that.
Part of the giving pledge, right?
That's right.
Right.
And
are the kids okay with that, by the way? The dad's giving it.
There's a problem if kids have too much money, just like there's a problem if they have too little money. I was lucky that I grew up. I didn't have much money. I had two parents who loved me. Went to a public school and came out with a world of equal opportunity. They got it. They grew up in that. They grew up. But who cares? It's the best for them. Sometimes it's tough love.
You've hit a chord with these books, and now a lot of them are reinterpreted on videos on the rest. There are people who have nothing to do with finance or knowledge about money who've gravitated to this. They really need that, and are you surprised by that?
I'm pleasantly surprised by that. I get all sorts of things. Bill Belichick, Patriots, calls me up. He said, I read your book. This is a great book. And then he said, let's talk about principles. We are, and actually that conversation I'll share. But different people in different domains. How do you build a team? There are things we learn. I encourage others to write down their principles. There's so many people who made successful decisions. They know how to win.
No, I think what you're good at, we'll wrap up here, but I think what you're saying in between all of this, just be good human beings. Just look out for the good beyond yourself. But we're not doing that.
Yes, I'm saying the following. Understand how reality works. Reality works how it works. Understand how to deal with it well, to get what you want, how to be successful. And then higher level, understand that you're part of a system, a whole ecosystem, and that what's good for the system is also good for you by and large. And if you evolve well and you contribute to evolution, everything will go better.
All right, Ray Dalio, we've had enormous interest in this, and of course we have a couple of more runnings and extended runnings of some other comments he made on Fox Business that we're going to elaborate on, and of course tomorrow on my weekend show. And then the entire interview, almost an hour, will eventually be placed on our Fox Business website, so you can catch it from beginning to end, nothing left out, because a lot of you did say, I want to know more. What do you say about these markets? All of that will be addressed there. But one of the finest financial minds I've ever known, and I've been around covering this for, I know it might surprise you, 40 years plus. All right, we have a lot more coming up, including what's happening with this growing migrant situation. Latest stop, Chicago.
It's true. Contacts are great until they get dry. So we created new BioTrue Hydration Boost for contacts for a boost of moisture that lasts up to 8 hours. So all kinds of contacts can stay comfortable throughout the day. And it's preservative-free. Stay BioTrue to your eyes.
Dry skin is sensitive skin too. And it's natural. Treat it that way with Aveeno Daily Moisture. Formulated with nourishing prebiotic oat. It's clinically proven to moisturize dry skin for 24 hours. Aveeno.
At Simply Safe, your safety is the only thing that matters. Introducing 24/7 LiveGuard protection, only from Simply Safe. This exclusive technology allows Simply Safe agents to help stop crime in real time by speaking through the new Smart Alarm indoor camera.
Stop. This is Simply Safe. Police are on their way.
For instant intruder deterrence and faster police response.
Police have arrived. Your home is safe.
Advanced home security, 24/7 professional monitoring for less than $1 a day. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
A lot of people need to replace their windows or patio doors, but they put it off because they think it'll be too expensive. Hi, I'm Ann Romer. I'm here with Michael Smith from Renewal by Andersen. You really work with the customers to find affordable solutions.
We do, Ann. We're the replacement window division of Andersen, one of the largest window manufacturers in North America. So we can usually offer our customers larger discounts and better financing than smaller companies or contractors.
Other window companies don't offer your same window and door installation method.
Our installers have installed thousands of windows. Our windows are manufactured to precisely fit your specific window openings. Being custom built also means if you have any beautiful trim that you'd like to keep, we can often install your windows without impacting that trim. You won't get this with most vinyl windows.
And you offer a free window and patio door diagnosis?
We do. We'll come to your home and assess your current windows, show you where you might be losing energy, and take measurements. Then we'll leave you with an exact price quote that's good for an entire year.
So you're not a high-pressure company?
My background is in home remodeling as a carpenter. I've seen every window problem out there. So now I just want to help homeowners make their homes more beautiful and comfortable with the right window.
And your patio doors are really gorgeous.
They are. And they're engineered to easily open and close for years. And with multiple locking points on our patio doors, they provide even greater security.
That is so great to hear, Michael. Thank you.
Before October 31st, buy one window, patio door, or entry door and get the next one 40% off. That's 40% off with a minimum purchase of 4. And our financing can help make this project more affordable with 0 money down, 0 monthly payments, and 0 interest for 1 year. This offer ends October 31st. For a free appointment with Renewal by Andersen, call 1-800-704-4200. That's 1-800-704-4200.
All right, a Friday and no extension or expansion of this United Auto Workers strike. No more strikers, no more factories. What's going on? The latest after this.
We're not writers, but we help you shape your financial story. We're not an airline, but our network connects global businesses across nearly 160 markets. We're not a startup, but our innovation labs use new technologies to help keep your information secure. We're not architects, but we help build stronger communities. We're not just any bank, we are Citi.
She runs and plays like a puppy again.
His number 2s are perfect. He's a brand new dog all in less than a year.
When people switch their dog's food from kibble to the farmer's dog, they often say that it feels like magic. But there's no magic involved. It's simply fresh meat and vegetables with all the nutrients dogs need, instead of dried pellets. Just food made for the health of dogs, delivered in packs portioned for your dog. It's amazing what real food can do.
All right, remember when migrants were really a border issue for states like Texas and Arizona? Well, ever since many were being sent to sanctuary cities and states like New York, now Chicago, the view of this has changed mightily. Doesn't Garrett Tenney know it, staring at the situation himself in Chicago, where he has more for us. Garrett.
Yeah, Neil, city officials tell us that Chicago is reaching a breaking point. They are just simply overwhelmed by the number of migrants that are arriving here. In the last week alone, the number of migrants living here at the bus terminal at O'Hare has more than doubled to more than 800 people. And you can see some of what it's like inside in this video we shot earlier today. People are packed inside, sleeping on cardboard boxes and thin blankets. There are a lot of kids here and some pregnant women. It's a similar scene at police stations across the city where more than 2,500 migrants are also waiting for space to open up at one of the city's shelters. Some of them are being forced to sleep outside on the ground since there's no room inside. One man who recently arrived from Venezuela says the living conditions back home were never this bad.
In Venezuela, we never lived on the streets. Now we are living on the street, and we need to wait for some help.
City officials say they are doing the best they can with almost no help coming from the White House. And Progressive Mayor Brandon Johnson is now the latest Democrat to blame the Biden administration's policies for the crisis we're now seeing.
Is a growing crisis, not just for the city of Chicago, but for the entire globe. The population shift that we are experiencing as a result of the failure of federal policies is now impacting the people of Chicago in a very dramatic way.
In response to the city and state calling out the White House for not doing enough this week, the Department of Homeland Security sent a team of officials to Chicago to see what more the feds can do to help. Neil?
Garrett, thank you very much for that. By the way, right after this, we're going to have Brad Coe, the Kinney County, Texas Sheriff, what he makes of all of these fast-moving developments. In the meantime, I want to pass along a news item concerning the former Speaker, Kevin McCarthy. There were reports in Politico today that he was entertaining leaving Congress altogether. He has denied that he has no plans on leaving Congress for now. So jump ball. This from the congressman himself. I might not be the Speaker, but I'll still be speaking in the United States Congress. Stay with us.
Salonpas, makers of powerful pain relief patches for 89 years, believes in continuous improvement, like rounded corners that resist peeling, with an array of active ingredients and sizes to relieve your pain. Salonpas, it's good medicine.
I wouldn't have my business if it wasn't for my website. Once I decided to go with GoDaddy, the process was seamless. I was able to create my website on my own, to have it be exactly what I wanted to be able to integrate my appointment app. GoDaddy was able to provide everything that I needed. The whole image of who I am and what Empire is presented through my GoDaddy website.
Believe it or not, baby, you could earn your master's.
For under $11,000.
Master's degree for under $11K in less than a year.
Earn your competency-based master's at University of Phoenix.
One way to avoid expensive car repair bills is to be a race car driver. The other is endurance. You could never pay for covered car repairs again.
In my first year with Endurance, they covered a $14,000 engine replacement.
As a certified mechanic, I always recommend that my customers have an auto protection plan. You never know when a breakdown can strike, and you need coverage that you can count on.
Without Endurance, breakdowns can cost thousands. With Endurance, you're covered. Even better, you pick the mechanic you trust.
Endurance covers nearly every car on the road, up to 20 years old.
They cover a ton on the car.
So, who's gonna pay for your next car repair? You or Endurance?
Act now for $300 off any plan. Plus a full year of elite benefits, a $2,000 value free, and a 30-day money-back guarantee. Call 1-855-777-9651 now for a free quote.
Buying a car from Vroom is so easy, all you need is a phone and a finger. Just go to vroom.com, scroll through thousands of cars, then tap to buy. That's it. No sales speak, no wasted time. Go to vroom.com and pick your favorites.
We decided to put in an in-ground pool.
I literally went on Angie and typed in pool.
Getting to talk to different contractors, see different bids.
We wanted something beautiful. We wanted something that our children would feel happy swimming in.
And we love it.
Get started today at Angie.com.
This is a paid advertisement for legal services. Have you or anyone you know used a drug named Ozempic or Wegovy to treat diabetes or help aid in weight loss? These drugs have been linked to severe side effects such as stomach paralysis, persistent vomiting, and constant nausea. Do you or anyone you know have any severe side effects after taking one of these drugs? If so, do not delay. You may be entitled to compensation. Visit forthepeople.com or call the number on your screen now. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Do not stop taking a prescribed medication without first consulting a physician.
The Omaha Steaks semi-annual sale is back. Right now, you'll save 50% site-wide on America's best steaks, chicken, burgers, and so much more. All backed by our 100% guarantee that you'll love every bite. Never tried Omaha Steaks? Save an extra $30 with promo code FIRSTTIME. Visit omahasteaks.com/TV today and sink your teeth into big savings on the quality you deserve.
More real estate professionals list properties with Realtor.com than any other site.
Really?
Really. Trust the #1 app real estate professionals trust. Download the Realtor.com app today.
Okay, here's the thing. Your husband was overseeing a transfer for me.
Come on!
And now, sadly, that money's gone astray. So I was hoping that you would help me find it.
I wouldn't know how to do that.
You don't say no to me.
I was told that I had no choice, that Congress passes legislation to build something, whether it's an aircraft carrier, a wall, or provide for a tax cut. I can't say I don't like it. I'm not going to do it.
All right, I like to give every benefit of the doubt and everyone their fair shake on this show, but that doesn't make sense because he's had close to 3 years now to change that and to do something different and to use the argument that Congress allocates and he has to honor it. Well, he wasn't for the better part of almost 3 years, as I said, and now he's changed his mind on that. That does represent to many an about face that he's changed his mind on building a wall, 20 miles of it along the Rio Grande. It will not benefit my next guest, but he's watching it very, very closely. Talk about Brad Coe, one of my favorite guests, Kitty County, Texas Sheriff. You do not mess with the sheriff. Very good to have you, sir. What do you make of, first, what the president is doing here, that this is not a 180, not a reversal. He's just acknowledging the reality that Congress appropriates and he has to make good on it. But Congress appropriated this some time ago, and he hadn't used any of this material that was heretofore building a wall. Now it is.
Well, my personal opinion is he's doing this because we've got a presidential election coming up, and the Rio Grande Valley traditionally is Democrat, and they're starting to complain about what's going on. So he's making every effort to try to secure that vote for the upcoming election.
So, Sheriff, help me with my geography here, but you're more than 200 miles away, or Kinney County is, from this area where they're going to be building this or expanding this wall. So you don't take, or those in your community, advantage of this. So nothing really technically could be changing for you. It could make things worse.
This really, it's not going to change anything for me. But like you said, it could make it worse because if that wall goes up, which it's going to take them a year to get put up, it'll push the traffic either further south or further north up towards Laredo. And I think they'll take the brunt of it first, and then it'll move up to our area and increase the apprehensions that Border Patrol's making right now.
You know, last time we were chatting, Sheriff, I think that was just around the time that Eric Adams, the New York City mayor, had broken with the president, said you have to do something. We're dealing with migrants by the hundreds coming into our city. It's got to stop. Then it was virtually Operation Ignore. New York State Governor Kathy Hochul saying much the same. And a growing number of Democratic governors and officials were raising concerns that the administration was flat-footed on this. Did that change the administration's approach? all your protests notwithstanding, the fact that so many Democrats were.
I think that has a lot to do with the change of his standings, because these are all Democrat mayors in large metropolitan areas that traditionally vote Democratic. And they're starting to feel the same thing that we've been feeling down here for the past 2.5 years. So, yes, it's had an impact on him. The mayor of New York getting ready to go to Mexico and speak and try to solve this. I don't think it's going to help any.
We do know that a number of key administration officials, including the Secretary of State, Alejandro Mayorkas, the Homeland Security Secretary, were in Mexico City trying to work with local officials, the foreign minister, and trying to move forward with this and see what they can do. I don't know what came of that. Do you?
No, I have no clue. I know that they've been in talks, but that's about it.
Do you trust the Mexicans to do more to deal with the cartels? Some of your colleagues, Sheriff, have said they're owned by the cartels.
And I have to agree with that, because right now, the Mexican government, they say that they're trying to curtail some of this stuff down the Guatemalan border, but they're not. They're still continuing to come through. And the truth be known, the cartels actually control what goes through these border towns to get to this side.
And they're pretty bold about it, too, aren't they? They don't mind being videotaped. They don't mind being photographed, guns and all. So they don't seem intimidated.
No, they're not, because they know that the United States isn't going to do anything to them on Mexican soil.
Amazing, amazing. Sheriff Brett Coop, thank you, sir, very much.
I'll tell you what, when you get a chance, come down and I will take you on a personal cruise and show you exactly what's going on, where and how we do things here. And I'll even buy you lunch.
Well, the buying lunch part could seal the deal. No, thank you, Sheriff, very much. I just might take you up on that. I appreciate it. Brett Coe, he sees for himself what a lot of people have been telling you and reporting extensively, including us. And it goes on and on and on. In the meantime, a strike that might not be going on and on. Some promising signs, at least from the United Auto Workers, that they're not extending or expanding this just yet. Another Friday that goes by when that normally happens didn't happen today. We're on top of it, and why after this.
I have type 2 diabetes, but I manage it well. It's a little pill with a big story to tell. I take once daily Jardiance at each day start. As time went on, it was easy to see I'm lowering my A1C.
Jardiance works 24/7 in your body to flush out some sugar. And for adults with type 2 diabetes and known heart disease, Jardiance can lower the risk of cardiovascular death too. Jardiance may cause serious side effects, including ketoacidosis that may be fatal, dehydration that can lead to a sudden worsening of kidney function, and genital yeast or urinary tract infections. A rare life-threatening bacterial infection in the skin of the perineum could occur. Stop taking Jardiance and call your doctor right away if you have symptoms of this infection, ketoacidosis, or an allergic reaction, and don't take it if you're on dialysis. Taking Jardiance with sulfonylurea or insulin may cause low blood sugar.
Jardiance is really swell, the little pill with the big story to tell.
I wouldn't have lasted this long in the entertainment industry if I hadn't taken a few risks. But I'm also a realist because I've seen it all. Gold gives you everything the stock market can't. A hedge against inflation, a protection against economic crashes, and the best way to protect your family and their interests. Gold is the only true global currency. You can get your free gold and silver investment guide today. Go to noblegoldinvestments.com.
Hi, my name is Peg. I'm a wife, mother, and grandmother. Family is so important to me, and I want to stay healthy so that I can continue to do the things that I enjoy doing with all of them. I would recommend Balance of Nature. It's so easy to do every day. I feel great, and who doesn't want to feel great?
Start now by going to balanceofnature.com and get 35% off your first order as a preferred customer by using discount code Fox News.
This is melasma. I'm trying to get rid of it.
Introducing Muesli Face RX, prescription skincare delivered straight to your door.
Now that Muesli is out there, they just see the confident young woman.
See for yourself at muesli.com/TV.
This month, join the new Subway MVP Rewards program and get rewarded. Get 50% off any footlong when you join Subway MVP Rewards. So many all-star options.
It's just for Subway MVPs, right?
You catch on quick, Herbert. Join now and get 50% off any footlong.
The showdown for House Speaker. Inside the list of contenders, who's the best choice to help our country and Americans at home? Neil breaks down what you need to know on Cavuto Live.
Attention, former Marines and family members stationed at Camp Lejeune. If you lived or worked at Camp Lejeune, North Carolina for at least 30 days from August 1953 through December 1987 and have been diagnosed with cancer, neurobehavioral effects, had a child born with birth defects, were diagnosed with fertility issues or more, you may qualify for significant financial compensation. Call Saddle Rock Legal Group now to discuss your case. It has been proven that the water at Camp Lejeune during those years was extremely contaminated with toxic chemicals. A new law passed by Congress now allows veterans and their surviving family members to bring lawsuits and potentially recover damages for harm from exposure to contaminated water at Camp Lejeune. Don't wait until it's too late. It only takes a few minutes and the call is completely free. Call Saddle Rock Legal Group to discuss your case now.
Call 1-800-630-3838. That's 1-800-630-3838.
Fine. Humans are noisy. They like to make things. They're fueled by inspiration. Inspiration is something called tacos. Change makes them nervous, but embracing it changes everything. Yeah, imagine that.
Right, two big strikes that have been gripping this nation's attention. Of course, the UAW one that's been going on for the better part of 3 weeks plus, and of course the big healthcare workers strike that's been dragging on for 3 days now. Both don't look anywhere closer to being resolved. It's possible, though, in the UAW front, some signals that indicate, well, it's not going to get worse, as it tends to every Friday. Grady Trimble in Center Line, Michigan. Why that might be. Grady, what are we hearing?
Hey, Neil, the UAW is not expanding this strike because it says it's making progress with each of the three automakers, but around 25,000 UAW members are staying on strike as negotiations continue. UAW President Shawn Fain says an 11th hour offer from General Motors spared the company more walkouts.
Today, I was ready to call on one of GM's biggest and most important plants to stand up. And it was that threat that brought GM to the table. The Big Three know we're not messing around, and they know if they want to avoid further strikes, then they'll have to pony up.
Fain says General Motors agreed to include electric vehicle battery production in its contract with the union. We don't know the details of that agreement, but the UAW has been seeking from day one assurances from the automakers that they'll use union workers in EV battery plants. Fain says they're also making progress on pay, cost of living adjustments, and other areas that have been contentious in these negotiations so far. We've just learned from Ford that they plan to lay off another roughly 375 workers in Cleveland, Ohio as a direct result of this strike. That is on top of around 1,300 employees who have already been laid off. So, Neil, to sum it all up, there's still no deal. The strike continues, but the talks are going better today than they had in previous weeks, so the strike is not escalating any further. Neil?
All right, Grady, thank you for that. So in case you're keeping count at home, 25,000 auto workers are on strike as things stand now. That represents about 17% of UAW workers in general, about 146,000 of them. This has been able to conserve the strike fund. That's a little bit better than $825 million. It pays striking workers about $500 a week while they're out, so a lot less than they're making otherwise if they were on the factory floor. But we will monitor it. Certainly Scott Martin is as well, the Kings U Asset Managing CIO, a Fox contributor, very good at all the implications of this. Scott, it's a promising development. It doesn't mean that a strike is resolved, but it does mean for the time being it's not going to get worse, which seems to hint that the automakers are very close to the type of figures the UAW wants. How do you read it?
I agree. It's not getting any worse right now. But, Neil, as we said, and as Grady said, too, I mean, you could have a day or two that go poorly. The wind direction changes and things go down the drain. So, look, I don't take any of these days. I agree there's been some progress in the last couple of days. I don't take them for granted. But it does point out the fact that you noted, which is there's probably more coming together that's going to happen here going in the future. The problem is, where is that coming together? I mean, we talk about 40% raises. You got Joe Biden saying, hey, stick with it. You deserve a major raise, and getting involved in things that he doesn't know anything about. And so the workers get kind of a bad representation there, whereas the automaker does want to obviously stay open. They want to make profits. They want to pay the workers a fair wage, which is probably not currently where the wage is. But to say that it's got to be this 30, 40, 50% increase right off the bat seems a little ridiculous to me.
You know, all of this on the same day we learned that the jobs in September were just soaring, 336,000, about double what most thought it would be. And virtually all sectors of the economy were contributing to it. Now, early on, Scott, it was fascinating because the markets were tanking on the notion that this seals more Fed hikes and higher interest rates. And that indeed was the case for much of the trading day. Then it kind of reversed itself to the point that rates came off their highs, still very high, and the Dow Jones Industrials finished ahead about 288 points or so. What did you make of that flip reaction, and why the flip?
It was a great reaction. I was happy to see it. I've been waiting for a reaction like this. We've talked about this on Cavuto Coast to Coast on Fox Business about when this reaction was coming. Maybe it came to roost today, and maybe this is the start of a change here. But, Neil, you mentioned something funny to me. You talked about rates being high and staying high. There's a friend of mine that I'm on TV with a lot that actually bought a home in the 70s that was getting a deal at, say, 15 or maybe what, Neil, 16% on his home when he first got his starter home.
13.5%, young man.
Even better deal than I thought.
You were a speck in your parents' eyes.
Even an apple in somebody's eye, and maybe still not. But
right.
How about that for a great deal? But nowadays, people are so used to these 0% deals, 2%, 4%, 6, 7, 8 feels like a freak-out session. So the market needs to settle down. We need to take a little bit of a chill pill, a little bit of calmness here, and realize that rates that stay up at these levels are okay as long as they don't go significantly higher.
Having said that, the president was commenting, on the report. It's great. Bidenomics is working. All of this. Most people know right now we've made them better off financially than they were before. What did you think of that?
That doesn't sound like what I'm hearing a lot of the time. I mean, a lot of folks maybe they're okay financially. I wouldn't say they're better off, but I'll tell you what, they're more worried than they've ever been. They look around, they walk around, they feel around, and it's not the greatest situation that we had, say, when Trump was in office or when he was vacated. So there's certainly things that have worked at times for Joe Biden, but my goodness, of late, there's been a nasty streak there, whether it's immigration, whether it's Biden economics itself, whether it's even involvement in this UAW strike. It seems like he's off base here, and it looks like it's getting worse.
You might be hipper, cooler, smarter, better looking, but I am seasoned, young man. Not old, just seasoned. I want you to be aware of that. I have no idea
You're very seasoned, and Neil, 'tis the season for you, my friend.
Thank you very much.
And I want to join you at that lunch at the border, by the way. If you're not going to take that offer, I'm taking it.
All right, thank you. Very good having you, Scott Martin, on those developments. Weird day, as Scott pointed out, in the markets. That's represent what's about a 500, 600 point swing. But again, they generally like it better when they're up. And by the way, the Dow is out of negative territory for the year, ever so barely. So we're following that. We'll have a lot more on that tomorrow on my weekend show. In the meantime, the latest on Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and his dalliance with a possible third-party run. What he said and how others are responding to what he could say come Monday.
We come from a long line of cowboys. When I see all of us out here on this ranch, I see how far our legacy can go.
Lowe's knows you want to make everyone feel at home this season. That's why with Hisense appliances, you can get a lot more without spending a lot more. Because the only thing better than scoring quality appliances is the quality time that follows. Shop Hisense appliances now exclusively at Lowe's.
Meet Gold Bond Daily Healing, a powerhouse lotion that moisturizes, heals, and smooths dry skin with 7 moisturizers and 3 vitamins. And new Gold Bond Healing Sensitive, clinically shown to heal and moisturize dry, sensitive skin. Gold Bond.
From pep in their step to shine in their coats, when people switch their dog's food to the farmer's dog, the effects can seem like magic. but there's no magic involved. It's just smarter, healthier pet food. It's amazing what real food can do.
Constant Contact's advanced automation lets you send the right message at the right time, every time. Constant Contact, helping the small stand tall.
If you're on Medicare, remember, the annual enrollment period is here. The time to choose your coverage begins October 15th and ends December 7th. So call United Healthcare and see how you can get more of what matters with our broad range of plans, including an AARP Medicare Advantage plan from United Healthcare. It can combine your hospital and doctor coverage with Part D prescription drug coverage and more, all in one simple plan. These plans are made to support your whole health with $0 annual physical exams, $0 lab tests, and $0 preventive care like mammograms and colonoscopies. And you'll get more for your Medicare dollar with $0 copays on most covered dental services, a $0 eye exam, and an allowance for eyewear, plus $0 copays on hundreds of prescriptions at the pharmacy or by mail. Now's the time to look at United Healthcare's variety of plans. So give us a call to learn more about coverage options in your area. With our Right Plan promise, you have our commitment to helping you find the right plan for your needs. And to help make life with Medicare simpler, you'll get the all-in-one Member U Card. Only from United Healthcare, the U Card is your United Healthcare member ID and much more. Show your U Card when you visit your primary care provider, dentist, or eye doctor, or fill a prescription at the pharmacy, and use it to access Medicare Advantage's largest national network of providers. You can count on United Healthcare to help you get the care you need when you need it. Enrollment ends December 7th. Now's the time to learn more about America's most chosen Medicare Advantage plans and how they can open doors to a simpler healthcare experience with the all-in-one U Card. Call United Healthcare today about the only Medicare Advantage plans with the AARP name and get more of what matters to you.
To rescue the Constitution.
I tell the story of how Washington was the human embodiment of the document that guarantees our liberty.
From the American Revolution to the creation of our government, Brett Baer details the first president's fight for freedom, Sunday.
When they look at you as a threat, what do you say?
Well, I don't think I'm causing the problems for the Democratic Party right now, Neil. I think the party has its own problems.
So what's happening right now is that the DNC has overtly indicated that it sees its job as helping Joe Biden get elected. So it has made the effort to suppress any other candidacy. And that was a problem for Bobby, and it's a problem for me.
All right, well, we might get a better idea come Monday when Robert F. Kennedy Jr. could make it official that he is indeed considering leaving the Democratic Party. That would be an earthquake of development here. You consider the iconic Kennedy family name and his own father, of course. But again, there are reports that Robert F. Kennedy Jr. will be saying he isn't so much leaving the party as the party had long ago left him. We'll get a much better idea next week. Let's get the read on all of this with Bob Cusack, the Hill editor-in-chief. Bob, thank you for joining us as always. First off, how likely do you think that is? It seems unfathomable to me, but these are different times.
They are different times, Neil, and I think this is likely. Democrats faced a choice. They could either have a fair primary with the president, and then the president probably would have won. But at the same time, these candidates, whether it's RFK Jr. or Williamson, they don't think this is fair. Now, I'm not saying they should have held debates, but the DNC has definitely said that this is Joe Biden's party. He's going to be our nominee. So you really can't blame them for going outside the party to run as a third party, and that's a problem for Joe Biden.
You know, even if they were to say, all right, what can we do? That is the White House, so you're not to do this, Robert. They'll say, or we'll agree to a debate, but a debate might be very damaging to the president. And I'm wondering then what, if anything, could be done.
Yeah. I think we passed the point of no return, and I think a lot of Democrats were thinking, okay, once we get by the primary season, then RFK Jr. and others will go away. Remember, Cornel West also could run as the third party. So you could have a lot of third parties. And remember, Joe Biden barely won, some 43,000 votes in 3 states. So if they carve into that, his chances of a second term plummet.
You know, the traditional view would be that a Bobby Kennedy in the race would detract and take away votes from Joe Biden, but he has great populist appeal with a large swath of independents in this country, and indeed Trump voters as well. I'm just wondering how you think that would all cut down.
Well, I think RFK Jr. is home for the protest vote, whether you're on the right or the left. Probably more on the left because his name is Kennedy after all, and he has been a Democrat until maybe next week. But yes, I think that there are some Trump voters or voters maybe who liked Trump in the past that don't like him now that could vote that way. A lot of people, Neil, as you know, don't want to vote for Biden or Trump, and they're looking for another solution.
Let me ask you about the speaker nastiness, maybe not as nasty now after the fact, Kevin McCarthy, that they might rally around one candidate. Jim Jordan has the blessings of Donald Trump. Does that dramatically help Jim Jordan then, and to the detriment of Steve Scalise?
I think Jordan's candidacy has some momentum. There's no doubt getting the endorsement of the president is important. But it's more important, Neil, in primaries. These are class presidential races and relationships. Remember, Trump backed Rick Scott over Mitch McConnell, who he doesn't like, and Mitch McConnell is still the Republican leader in the Senate. But without a doubt, the fact that also McCarthy and Scalise don't get along, this could be a problem. However, Jordan's got to win over moderate Republicans who are facing tough re-elections. Remember, there are 18 Republicans who represent districts that Biden won. I am sure they are not fond of Jim Jordan being Speaker. So this is going to be very interesting.
And it's only kicked off just now. Bob, always learn something. Thank you, my friend, very much. Bob Cusack on all those developments. Speaking of these developments, be sure to catch us live 10 a.m. Eastern time tomorrow on this fine channel. We'll be talking to Kevin Hern, the Oklahoma Republican congressman who could be entertaining a speaker run of his own. He certainly hinted at that yesterday. We've also got Texas Democrat Henry Cuellar. The president is finally doing what he urged him to do, build that wall, get serious about the border. Here's the 5.
Hello, everyone. I'm Judge Janine Pirro, along with Jessica Tarloff, Jesse Waters, Kennedy, and Greg Gutfeld. It's 5 o'clock in New York City, and this is The 5. So hateful Hillary Clinton is back at it and doing what she does best, attacking Trump supporters. This time, she says they are in a cult.
So many of those extremists, those MAGA extremists, take their marching orders from Donald Trump, who has no credibility left by any measure. He's only in it for himself. He's now defending himself in civil actions and criminal actions. And when do they break with him? You know, because at some point, you know, maybe there needs to be a formal deprogramming of the cult members, but something needs to happen. The base of the Republican Party, for whatever combination of reasons, and it is emotional and psychological, sees in him someone who speaks for them. Maybe they don't like migrants. Maybe they don't like gay people or black people or the woman who got the promotion at work they didn't get. Whatever the reason. So it is like a cult. And somebody has to break the, break that momentum.
Ha ha. So Hillary thinks millions of Trump voters need to be deprogrammed. It's a pathetic new low for the twice failed presidential candidate, but it's not a total shock. It seems like Hillary has been thumbing through the dictionary and finding new ways to demonize Republicans. Who can forget the basket of deplorables?
You could put half of Trump supporters into what I call the basket of deplorables.
I remember as a young student, you know, trying to figure out how did people get basically drawn in by Hitler. You saw the rally in Ohio the other night. Trump is there ranting and raving for more than an hour, and you have these rows of young men with their arms raised. I thought, what is going on?
Oh, Hillary. Hillary must be spooked. Perhaps it's because a majority of Americans trust Donald Trump and the Republicans to do a better job on the key issues that matter to voters.
There's been one poll after another poll after another poll this week that has shown that the Republicans are just absolutely bashing Democrats when it comes to issues.
Look at this. Republicans over Democrats on issues like inflation, the economy, immigration. These are 25, nearly 30-point margins creating jobs.
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
Huge, huge numbers.
All right, Jessica, you would hear words like deplatforming, deprogramming, cult, all haters in countries like the Soviet Union, China, North Korea. Isn't that in itself a threat to democracy?
Hillary Clinton giving an interview? No.
Saying what she said in the interview.
No. It's not a threat to democracy. Does it land in a bunch of GOP ads heading into an election? Sure. That's what happened with the basket of deplorables comment. But I really need everyone to spare me the faux outrage and the pearl clutching about this. Little collection of things that Donald Trump and high-ranking Republicans call liberals on a daily basis: anarchists, anti-American, deranged, communists, corrupt, compromised, groomers and perverts, thugs and traitors. Now, she was explicit that she was talking about a subsection of the Republican Party the same way that Joe Biden is when he talks about this MAGA extremism. But you tell me, if the leader of the Democratic Party, so that would be Joe Biden, was facing 4 indictments with 91 felony counts, he had been found liable of sexually assaulting a woman and defaming her, that's E. Jean Carroll, guilty of fraud, sharing the nation's secrets, not only in the Mar-a-Lago indictment, but there was a report yesterday from ABC News that he had shared information about our nuclear submarine capacities with an Australian billionaire who's a member at Mar-a-Lago, who had then gone on and shared that with dozens of other people, ended up making a purchase, I think, of 3 subs. It included specifics up to how many nuclear warheads they carry and how close they can get to Russian subs without being detected. And then I told you, so all of that is happening, and he's shooting up in the polls. And when you see those interviews of Trump supporters outside of the rallies, they're like, none of this is true. It's the big lie. He won the election, et cetera. And you wouldn't say to me, you guys are in a cult? It's actually tame, what Hillary Clinton was saying.
Jesse, you know, no one on the Republican Party side has called for the silencing of newspapers and social media conversation.
He ran.
Excuse me, I'm asking Jesse a question. Okay? No one on the Republican side has said, do not let anyone talk about Hunter's laptop. Make sure that the conservatives get suppressed on social media. I mean, this is consistent with the whole idea of silencing Americans if they don't agree with the left.
I want to be deprogrammed by Hillary. I want to be told that Fetterman is a smart dresser and Joe Biden's smart and the laptop's real. I want to wake up in the morning and be forced to watch Morning Joe tell me what a woman is. And then I want to read the New York Times and watch Paul Krugman tell me, now is the time to refinance my mortgage at 8%. These are the things that we all need to do. We need to bring our masks back, probably get boosted and buy tickets to Hamilton. But if we go buy tickets to Hamilton and we go in our Teslas and we get carjacked, I'm going to be reprogrammed to not tell the police what the perpetrator looked like, because I don't need to be re-victimizing people. But I do have to get home to read Jesse Jr. a bedtime story. He needs to read a book about gay sex before bed. These are the kind of things that Hillary will reprogram the entire country to do. I want to be told that my wife should be at CrossFit and I need to be home supporting her and making her dinner. These are the types of things we need to do. Everything now is on the table. Okay? And if we don't know these things, and we don't understand that Russia interfered in the election, and that the lab leak is a conspiracy theory, then we're just not good Americans. She has to do this, Jessica, because she has lost her ability to persuade us. She cannot, through deed or action, make people understand that she relates to them. She says, I don't know why people relate to Trump and thinks he represents us. Well, that's why. because Hillary has abandoned this country. She cannot connect with the voters. And this is what people do in North Korea.
She got millions more votes than he
This
did.
is what people do in North Korea. When their entire country is devastated by dumb policies, they try to brainwash the peasants into believing everything is great. She knows it's over, and that's all they have left.
Greg, Joe Scarborough thinks it's unbelievable that the Republicans are so far ahead in terms of the economy, crime, immigration. Is he living in an alternate universe?
No, it could be. He just might be stupid. I mean, there's usually that could always be the option. If you ever watch Morning Joe, you can tell. A couple of things. Number one, you got to define what a cult is, okay? A cult isn't defined by its supporters. It's defined by destroying those who don't support you. So Scientology is not a cult because it has followers. It is a cult because it goes after people who leave or people that are against it. That is the party of the Democrats. Who created cancel culture? Wasn't the Republicans, it was the Democrats. What you're seeing right now, and it's a bigger issue, you're seeing cancel culture on a wider, larger scale. You wonder why people are worried about 2024? Because there are a group of elites that are already placing targets on people's backs. From the top, Elon Musk and Trump, to the bottom, the January 6th trespassers. And if you call it out, if you dare to call it out, a target will be placed on you. If you talk about issues that matter, that the Democrats have abandoned, whether it's immigration or crime or education, you will need deprogramming. You will go to the camp. Again, this is cancel culture. It is no longer a bug in the system. It is the system. You have the FBI now targeting MAGA Republicans as terrorists. That's part of this equation. So how should the rest of us react? How should half the country react? Should we just laugh it off? I mean, you said Trump says all these bad things, or actually you didn't say that. You said this is what people say about liberals and Democrats. Fine, that's name calling. Trump targeted people in power. He didn't go after voters, right? She goes after voters. She goes after Americans. He went after the media, and he went after politicians, and he went after the Democratic Party. He never went after, quote, the small d Democrat. So it validates everything that Trump has said and others. They are coming for you. They're just no longer hiding it. They want us to be scared. They want us to stay home. They want you to think twice before you say anything or like a post by Trump on Truth Social. But what are we supposed to do? Because if we say something about it, then we get targeted, right? That's what's happening.
Kennedy, with Biden
really quickly
losing steam, with Biden, let me just go down. With Biden losing steam in multiple polls now, is it the best play for the Democrats to just smear Republicans?
No.
Or is it smart for them to just change policies, as it sounds like Joe Biden is trying to do?
What she's doing by going so hard after Trump and his supporters, to Greg's point, is pointing out what a weak, feeble, and incompetent president that we have. And Jessica believes what she's saying. And you list some facts about the former president. He's under indictment. He's been charged. He's been found liable. He's in a lot of trouble. Given all of that, on all of the critical issues facing voters, not just Republicans, Democrats, independents, he's still ahead in double digits where it is most important to hurting voters, and that's inflation and the economy. According to these new polls, he's 25, 30 points ahead of Joe Biden, a cult leader who will see the inside of a courtroom in a number of venues, who is so troubled and corrupt and compromised that he's 25 points ahead from a sitting president who, according to Hillary Clinton, is a man of accomplishment. But she's talking about a formal deprogramming. That means at the hands of the government. And that is what they do in North Korea. That is what happened to the South Vietnamese. That is what happened to people in Soviet Russia who were disappeared by the tens of millions. And that's why civil libertarians fight to the death for things like free speech, because we have to be able to talk about things. We have to be able to call people names. Mm-hmm. We have to be able to like things without fear of retribution or reprogramming. And she has shown her hand. That is what she wants to do, because she has lost the war. She has lost the ideas. And now she's going after a person who is so compromised, he's beating the living daylight out of someone who is supposedly accomplished. He's accomplished at turning his own party and good Americans away from him.
So in that same poll, by the way, Biden is ahead of Trump by 2 points. But I want to say something about what Greg. Yeah. Look at it's 51 to 49%.
Well,
so
it
Trump
depends on the poll, but
the poll you just showed. But there's an important point when you say Trump doesn't go after the small D people, trying to disenfranchise voters and make their votes not count, which is what he did in Arizona, Pennsylvania, Georgia, et cetera, with this big lie about how he won the election.
That's your interpretation.
No,
yeah,
it's not.
that's
not even
editorializing what you interpret.
I mean, it's a good opinion, but it's not real. By the way, I love how Hillary said that. You know what? It could be they don't like gay people. This is from somebody who was not for gay marriage, but Trump was.
Yeah, and a woman who had a war room against other women. So let's not get started with Hillary. Coming up, AOC is going ballistic on Joe Biden for building the wall.
Instead of 911, they're built to improvise, adapt, and overcome. When you're in knee deep and you're up Schitt's Creek,
my dry eyes made me a burning, stinging 5 times a day.
Makeup smearing, drops user.
I want another option. That's not another drop.
Tyrvaya. It's not another drop. It's the first and only nasal spray for dry eye. Tyrvaya treats the signs and symptoms of dry eye disease fast by helping your body produce its own real tears. Common side effects include sneezing, cough, and throat and nose irritation.
Relying only on drops? Not me. My own real tears are my relief.
Ask your eye doctor about Tyrvaya.
I do take Balance of Nature and have for years. I love to go on walks, hikes, anything physical. I enjoy golfing, and I feel like Balance of Nature helps me to maintain that active lifestyle that is so important to me. Here I am, 81 years old, and yet I'm walking, playing golf. We will stay on it forever.
Start now by going to balanceofnature.com and get 35% off your first order as a preferred customer by using discount code Fox News.
The FBI calls it house stealing, the latest scam where a cyber thief transfers the title of your home out of your name and steals your hard-earned equity.
It's roughly 60 to 90 days for that person to even figure out that they're the victim of this crime. You start getting foreclosure notices and you realize you've got 4 mortgages on your house that you didn't even know existed.
Unfortunately, it's on you to protect yourself. You might already be a victim. Check your title status now at HomeTitleLock.com.
There are more identity threats than you realize. LifeLock alerts you and works to fix problems with a dedicated restoration specialist. Go to lifelock.com.
About 2 years ago, I realized that Jade was overweight. I wish I would have introduced the fresh food a lot sooner. After Farmer's Dog, she's a much healthier weight. She's a lot more active, and she's able to join us on our adventures.
Get started at betterforthem.com.
This is your season to smile, to gather together and discover the moments that matter, to jump into the fun and join in the celebration. To help get you ready, your Aspen Dental team is celebrating 25 years of affordable care with an epic anniversary savings event. Right now, new patients without insurance get a free full exam and x-rays. Plus, everyone can get 20% off their treatment plan. But hurry, because while the season won't last, the memories you make together will. Aspen Dental. Book today.
Saturday.
They're destroying this country in the pursuit of Donald Trump.
Leo Terrell has insight on Trump's civil trial. Plus, Brett Baer previews his new book on life, liberty, and the bin.
When things go sideways, will you be prepared? Hey, it's Cade Courtley, former Navy SEAL platoon commander, TV host, and best-selling author. Some people are concerned that they might have to go for a long period of time without power or electricity. That's why I want to introduce you to the Patriot Power Generator 2000X. Use the endless free power of the sun to power lights, your TV, medical equipment, even run your fridge. Now, with double the capacity and expandable to run your critical devices even longer. And that's without gas, fumes, or noise. So you'll sleep like a baby because it's safe to use inside. People are lining up for these generators.
I know that I can run my refrigerator for about 40 hours before I have to recharge this. This could be a lifesaver for you.
Go to 4patriots.com. You'll get a solar panel included free. This is about peace of mind. Get your solar generator and free panel at 4patriots.com.
DealDash.com. Online auctions since 2009. This PlayStation 5 sold for only 50 cents. This iPad Pro sold for less than $34. And this Nintendo Switch sold for less than $20. Go to DealDash.com and see how much you can save.
Here at Legion's Flag Supply, we take pride in providing such a special symbol for our country. All of our flag's materials are sourced in America, and they are made by American seamstresses. So we're American made from beginning to end.
But it was worth all the while. It's something unpredictable, but in the end it's right.
AOC's turning on Joe Biden. The socialist squad leader furiously slamming the president's border wall U-turn, which has him building 20 new miles of barrier in Texas. Biden continues to say that walls don't work, but he had no choice. The big bad Republicans in Congress tied his hands and forced him to build it. But AOC says that excuse ain't gonna cut it. Quote, the president needs to take responsibility for this decision and reverse course. Walls only serve to push migrants into more remote areas, increasing their chances of death. It is a cruel policy. AOC is also airing her grievances from her couch.
It's a terrible idea. I think it's a broken promise. But additionally, let's say you completely disagree on this. You could build a great big Trumpy wall on the entire U.S. southern border, and it's still not going to fix this problem. The U.S. and U.S. foreign policy is contributing to the displacement of millions of people in South America to begin with. And if we do not address the migrant crisis at its root, it is still going to continue to be a problem.
Wait, Judge, did she just get to the root causes?
Yeah, she should call up Kamala. I mean, the causes are that the U.S. foreign policy is contributing to people trying to get into the United States. This is so crazy. Look, Joe Biden, when he's asked, why did you do this? He said, I was told I had no choice. So the president of the United States isn't really willing to explain anything. And Karine Jean-Pierre says he is complying with the law which requires him to build a wall. So the people in press said, well, what law is that? Where does it say he's got to build the wall? And Karine Jean-Pierre says, well, I don't know. Call the Department of Justice. I'm not a lawyer. They don't even know why. They know why because they're on the bottom in terms of the polls. But I think the interesting thing about all this is that they made a decision. People on the left, like AOC, are furious. So he's now in a tough situation because the progressives who helped get him in are now furious with him. So to me, he can't reconcile the two. He can't say, well, here's the law, I had to do it. And now, by the way, the Venezuelans, 470,000 of them were welcomed 2 weeks ago. We were getting them all work permits. Now he's going to start deporting them. Either he's a schizophrenic or had a lobotomy. I don't know which one it is. But here's the bottom line point. The bottom line is this. Joe Biden, because he is angering the progressives, because his numbers are so bad, they've got to move from the left. He's not going to be running for president. They're going to put somebody else in. He can't make the two ends meet. He's a goner now.
Jessica, do you believe that's the reason we're seeing record migration is because the United States is meddling in Latin America, which we have been doing for, what, hundreds of years?
I think that people in a post-COVID world, or towards the end and now post-COVID, are picking up in the numbers in terms of coming in, are certainly making the journey. What happened with Title 42 has to do with it.
COVID.
Well, COVID certainly had an effect on mass migration all over the world, not just here with our southern border. The policy, though, that Biden's talking about is the 2019 rule that Congress passed. So it's Congress's job to do this. Biden says we tried to reappropriate the funds. They wouldn't let us do it. But I do think that there's hidden benefits to this. Remember when the courts kept saying that Title 42 had to be extended? So the Biden administration could say, it's not us, we don't want it. But it ended up being something that was kind of stymieing migration a little bit. So this might have kind of like the backhanded benefit. But Biden should really consider embracing, I'm not saying going as far as deporter in chief, but both Bill Clinton and Barack Obama had reputations for being quite harsh about the border. And it didn't hurt them electorally. They both got resoundingly reelected. And that is an option here. And the fact that people like Mayor Adams are heading down to the border, what's going on in Chicago, D.C., and everyone is apoplectic about it, you might want to embrace being a little bit harsher about it and just own it.
You remember when you were bragging a couple months ago that Biden reduced illegal immigration? I
No,
remember.
you got
I remember that. I remember you were spiking the football. He fixed the problem. Mission accomplished.
I said that there was an app.
Kennedy. Yeah, the app's broken. It got hacked by the cartels. Kennedy.
Okay, so there are a number of things going on here. AOC, God, if only she knew someone in Congress, because we have a horrible immigration system. We also have awful border security. Those are two separate things. But liberals like to just talk about immigration and border security as though border security and offense is so inhumane. Well, a bad immigration system is also inhumane, and it is also so complicated and so bureaucratic, it's impossible for people to immigrate to this country legally. It is so much easier to go to Mexico or go to Honduras or El Salvador, go through Mexico and come into this country because you can pretty much work anywhere. The system is set up for that. What I love is in New York City, we have a congresswoman who represents part of New York City and the mayor of New York City at odds on this very issue. It is not up to the mayor to determine federal policy. It is up to the federal government. But they have completely given up their responsibility to protect this country and to protect this city. So now places like California, including Los Angeles and San Francisco and New York, have to rethink what it means to be a sanctuary city, because that is something they said in words. They never intended for this to happen and to have the welfare state completely overrun, because you cannot have a broken immigration system that leads to open borders and a massive welfare state. It is mathematically unsustainable.
Greg Gutfeld, when you see a politician lay down on the couch and explain things to you, does that make you more convinced or less?
I don't know. I got sleepy, though. I wanted some hot cocoa. I do want to know what the root cause is, but more important, I want to know if she really wants to know what the root cause is, because I think I know what it is. These people that are coming here prefer this evil, capitalistic, racist country, the country that people like AOC just trash every single day. And you know why they like this country? Because it's better. Too bad. What you're seeing is their progressive luxury beliefs implode before their eyes. Before the buses, she could pantomime her phony sorrow at the border and virtue signal over sanctuary cities. But now that her constituents are being affected, illegal immigrants are everywhere in New York City. They're in public spaces. They're using public services. They're even taking jobs, which actually, for cheaper. They're taking jobs for cheaper pay. That's happening right now. That's got to be affecting the voters in her area. Until they address the border, they got to keep sending him. Send him to AOC's turf. Send him to her street. The only way we get to the point where the Democrats act, whether it's politically or morally, it's hard to tell, is if they feel the consequences of their own policies. So I say that, this was a stroke of genius, and it's working because now you're finally getting these people to the table. The next step is whether or not they're going to agree that assimilation is good or evil. Because remember, if you want to come here, you should want to assimilate because you love this country. You need to leave your flag behind, right? You don't come in and plant your flag. You have to come here and say, I love this place. I want to know why this place is so great. But if you say that, that means that somehow, that's our country's preferable to theirs, and that's racist.
Do you think AOC could say that the United States is better than Venezuela?
No.
You think
No, that's not possible.
We're just different countries.
Yeah, different countries.
Okay. Coming up, more random and unprovoked violence in America's streets, but liberals don't seem to care.
Sometimes I give myself the creeps. Sometimes my mind plays tricks on me. It all keeps adding up.
Hey, it's great.
You know the rule. No phones at the dinner table.
I know, I'm sorry. It's just Noble Gold Investments. I bought some gold for the kids.
Finally.
Well, the gold you bought me gives me so much security in this economic disaster we're having. I want that for them too.
Well, I've been investing with Noble Gold Investments for years, and I'm pretty sure they can wait until after lunch.
Invest in something you can hold. Invest in Noble Gold. Visit noblegoldinvestments.com to learn more.
The Tunnel to Towers Foundation is here today because we are delivering a mortgage-free smart home to Staff Sergeant Ben Webb here in Union Beach, New Jersey.
I joined the Marine Corps and served almost 16 years. Fortunately, I had to be retired because of my injuries. I I bought the house that used to be here. The house started settling even more than it had, destroying the house to where it had to be basically condemned. It was unlivable.
My husband, Colonel Jim Sveyer, met Ben and knew his story.
Asked Kathy if we could get somebody from Tunnel of Towers to take a look at it.
And we told Frank the story about Ben Webb, how he was in this house here in Union Beach and it was sinking.
December 31st, 2020, I was up at Tunnel of Towers offices. Frank Siller asked me how we doing on that house in Union Beach. And I explained it to him, and he said, we need to build a house for that young man.
And that was when Tunnel of Towers had stepped in and had made it clear that they would tear down the old house and build a new smart home in the same spot.
You know, when you have to demolish a house, this is not the normal way Tunnel of Towers works.
Everything that I worked for was just getting torn down.
After he fought 4 tours of duty, 3 Purple Hearts, this is the least that we can do for him.
I just didn't know what to believe at first. Pulling up to the house and seeing it done for the first time. This long journey of 2 years without being home had come to an end. That I was actually standing in my front yard, walking up to my house for the first time, and knowing that I was finally going home. As far as the smart home technology, having an audio system, having a security system, having a stove that raises and lowers, it's been incredible. It gives me a lot of peace. It gives me reassurance that there's foundations like Tunnel of Towers that absolutely gives us hope.
It's about stepping up and saying, you know what, I can do more.
We need your help. Please contribute $11 a month to support their efforts by visiting t2t.org. Thank you.
If you have moderate to severe Crohn's disease, Skyrizi is the first and only IL-23 inhibitor that can deliver clinical remission and endoscopic improvement.
Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, had a vaccine, or plan to. Liver problems may occur in Crohn's disease.
Control of Crohn's means everything to me. Ask your gastroenterologist about Skyrizi. Learn how AbbVie could help you save.
Meet Milo. He's part border collie and part party animal. Meet the new Bissell Little Green Hydro Steam Pet. It's part steam-powered stain remover and part party animal patrol. Bissell, a new breed of clean.
This country has never been so divided. Are you a licorice lover or hater? We at licorice.com have 50+ gourmet flavors that you'll flip out over. Get some for yourself or a licorice lover in your life. Licorice lovers unite at licorice.com.
I went to Angie and typed in pool,
water heater,
cleaners, garage,
interior painting, exterior painting.
For whatever project you need, there's an option.
Oh, I have another project. Let me try this.
Get started at Angie.com today. Frustrated by skin tags? Dr. Scholl's has the breakthrough you've been waiting for. The first FDA-cleared at-home skin tag remover, clinically proven to remove skin tags safely in as little as 1 treatment.
Hello, welcome back. More random violence spilling out on the streets of America's biggest city. The New York Post getting these photos of victims after a maniac armed with a glass bottle attacked them in a violent rampage that began outside of a Whole Foods until cops arrested him. And it's not the only unprovoked attack rattling the Blue City. New York's still reeling from the fatal stabbing of social justice activist Ryan Carson, who was knifed in the heart by a deranged man while waiting at a bus stop. Police arresting and charging his killer with murder, and the judge denying bail. Now there's controversy over a GoFundMe page that friends of Ryan Carson set up to benefit his girlfriend. So far, it's raised over $70,000. They were asking for $20,000. It doesn't mention whether that money will go to funeral costs for Carson. What it does say is that the funds are needed so Ryan's friends don't have to work while they grieve. Quote, immediate needs are to offset the costs of working class people taking time off to work properly to mourn. We reached out to GoFundMe for comment, but they said the post doesn't violate their rules. This is a little ghoulish, isn't it? Raising money for them and their grief, it seems a little misguided.
We've now reached Fox News headline level crime. Think about it. You have young, black, deranged people who have been in and out of the system now knifing to death liberal progressives in Brooklyn and they're now feeling bad for the guy who killed him. We've now had what? This person has a bottle that should be recycled and is terrorizing people, black women, slicing their faces off at a Whole Foods in Midtown Manhattan. What's next? Are we going to have cross-dressing illegal immigrants driving Teslas through a Christmas parade? Are we going to have homeless tent cities in East Hampton throwing solar panels at babies? We've now reached the point where, okay, how much more? Where's your pain threshold, liberals? Yeah. And I never feel uncertain about things, especially my emotions. But I've reached the point. I've reached a point where I don't know if I should feel kind of. Is the word Schadenfreude?
Schadenfreude.
Schadenfreude.
You're in the family.
You just said short.
When these things happen, and these are horrible things, when they're happening to people that have invited them through their policies and through whatever they're trying to do with this country, are you supposed to feel bad for them? Are you supposed to feel? I do, no. and I do feel bad for them, but on the other hand, these things, do they continue to need to happen to people who are the authors of this destructive new world that we're living in? I don't know. I really don't. Like when Paul Pelosi got hit in the head with the guy with the hammer, the guy should have been deported, should have been institutionalized. He was a wingnut. But he was allowed to fester in that city of San Francisco. So, I do feel bad for Paul, but I also feel bad for the rest of the people in this city that have been victimized by the policies of these progressives that are now getting hit in the head.
Yeah, and the person, the alleged murderer, I don't think he knew that Ryan Carson was a social justice activist. I wish that Ryan Carson lived long enough to outgrow his emotional activism so he could have had a full life and become a rationalist later. I thought it was a little callous for his friends to say that, he would have felt for this guy. No, he probably wouldn't have. And I think it's inappropriate to speak for the dead in that regard.
Well, especially when you're trying to collect money, right? If you want to make a statement without preying upon the average American who does feel terrible that a young person full of promised life ahead was knifed to death out in Bed-Stuy and was 4 o'clock in the morning. It's not a great time to be walking around. It doesn't mean that you should end up like that. But there's a big problem, obviously, with crime culture, but with GoFundMe culture. And it just, like I said, it preys upon people with really good intentions. I can't believe the stuff that people are asking money for. Like, this began as something with a real purpose, like Kickstarter campaigns also to help artists get out there that don't have the money for it. And then it spirals into, you remember the people who said that they were helping the homeless man and they got $500,000, a complete lie.
That was your one more thing.
Well, some producer gave it. But that's the point.
But the point is, we're to Jesse's point, we have a great imbalance here.
But so everyone should feel bad about it.
How do we bring it?
Obviously, I feel bad for the guy,
Well, not
Jessica.
quite obvious.
I feel bad for the guy, but it's the same thing with migration. They don't do anything until it comes to their doorstep.
Okay, people feel bad for the victim. They're also very angry at the perpetrator. So how do you bring things back into balance?
Yeah,
is locking people up, does it disincentivize this?
There's only one way to disincentivize this. It is to punish the criminal. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. We know how to do it. And, Mayor Adams was the one who said that he was going to start pulling the mentally ill off the street. He had that policy about, 3 or 4 months ago at the beginning of the summer. This guy allegedly is mentally ill. I don't know if he is or isn't. But there's a lot that is strange about this stabbing. There's a lot of strange behavior. The girlfriend refused to give the police details about the murderer. This is a girlfriend of the guy who, as you see, she doesn't quite bend down or, he's lying there. But, in my time as a DA, I've seen different reactions to shock and murder. So I can't say anything. But she would neither identify the race or the gender of the person who stabbed her boyfriend. And all the friends believe that they need money to take time off from work to grieve. You need money to take time off from work. What about the mother, the father? I mean, and what about burying the guy? This is just a wimpy generation that needs time to grieve, and other people should pay for it. And you know what? Shame on GoFundMe. They're the ones who stopped the Freedom Convoy. Remember the truckers? They're the ones who stopped Kyle Rittenhouse from raising money, and he was ultimately acquitted by a jury of his peer. They wouldn't allow the Texas nurse who refused a vaccination and got fired to raise any money on GoFundMe. But for people who are alleged friends who want to grieve, go to work and come home and grieve like every other American.
Right.
If Jesse ever gets murdered, I sure as hell will raise money off it. I don't think this is a generational thing. I just think progressives make lousy friends. Right? I mean, you keep hoping that they will finally abandon their destructive policies, but then you realize they can't. They're hopeless. Even when one of their own is brutally murdered, their sympathy extends to the killer, an ally, and instead lays blame on the system. It's always the system. Even when it does come to their doorstep, they can't answer it, right? So you talk about the true definition of a cult. Do not speak ill of our beliefs, even if they kill our own. And that guy killed that guy, but progressivism allowed it to happen. Remember when the left used a video of police brutality to propel a relentless physical assault on our country, months of unabated violence, riots, and looting, which has now spiraled into years. And their rallying cry was, burn it down. This system is oppressive and it must be destroyed. So can we stop now? I mean, how long do we let this go on? I mean, haven't we taken our medicine? We're really sorry. Do we have to still keep being the oppressor? You know, it's just not fair. You know, but if you bring that up, then you're racist, right? You're the oppressor. So this will keep going on and on and on until somebody stops it.
Yeah, if this is the alternative they're offering, no thank you.
Yeah.
You need a palate cleanser. Well, up next, we have a drunk monkey terrorizing a quiet suburban town.
Yeah.
Kayaking is my thing.
Running is awesome.
But her moderate to severe eczema would make her skin so uncomfortable.
I was always so itchy, especially when I was hot.
Now my skin doesn't itch as much.
Now we're staying ahead of her eczema.
There's a power inside all of us to live our passion, and Dupixent works on the inside to help heal your skin from within. It helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that can cause eczema, so they can have clearer skin and less itch. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems, such as eye pain or vision changes, including blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor.
Healing from within is a wonderful thing.
Ask your child's eczema specialist how Dupixent can help heal their skin from within.
Always lived in California, but never did take up surfing until just a few years ago. A surf session can be pretty physically demanding, and Balance of Nature helps me do that. I love being out on the water. I don't want to slow down. I plan on surfing until I'm 80, and I don't think I would be able to surf every day if it wasn't for Balance of Nature.
Start now by going to balanceofnature.com and get 35% off your first order as a preferred customer by using discount code Fox News.
Cancer, it's different in a child because your child's still growing. I had 14 rounds of chemo. There's thousands and thousands of kids all over the world who need help.
This is my first time having cancer, and it's the very worst.
St. Jude Children's Research Hospital works day after day to find cures and save the lives of children with cancer and other life-threatening diseases.
It's scary to watch your kid battle and fight for their lives.
1 in 5 children diagnosed with cancer in the U.S. will not survive.
Childhood cancer is hard. It's a long road. You just have to give. You have to give someone that hope, and especially with them being so young.
Please call, go online, or scan the QR code for only $19 a month. Families never receive a bill from St. Jude for treatment, travel, housing, or food, so they can focus on helping their child live.
She grew up in this. So when we go to St. Jude, she's happy because that's her home. Every time I take her to the doctor, she's excited because she gets to play. And that's all because of St. Jude.
When you call or go online with your credit or debit card right now, we'll send you this St. Jude t-shirt you can wear to show your support to help St. Jude save the lives of these children.
Si St. Jude no existiera, mi hijo no estaría vivo. Mi hijo sería un angelito.
Let's cure childhood cancer together.
At Consumer Cellular, you get the same exact coverage as the largest carriers for up to half the price. That's Barbara? Sorry, I was muted. That's amazing.
I know, right? It's time to remodel your bathroom, but you don't want the hassle. You just want it done. Rebath, from start to stunning. Call us or visit rebath.com to schedule your free in-home consultation.
Welcome back. It's time for the fastest. First up, a beer-loving monkey named Momo terrorizing a suburban neighborhood. Residents say that Momo went bananas, but at one point, chugging a beer he yanked from a garbage can.
And it ran up in my garage, pinned me against the door, and I had to take a stool and put it between me and the monkey to kind of dodge the monkey away.
I've been in law enforcement 24 years. I've never dealt with a monkey.
Indiana, you assume fish, lizard, dog, cat, but monkey, that's insane.
After 24 hours on the lam, Momo was captured by authorities. Has anyone seen a monkey running around loose drunkenly lately?
Monkey on the lam? That's bestiality.
It really is.
It was consensual. I wonder sometimes, did we evolve from monkeys? And then I see a story like this, and I say, of course we did. But I mean, did we really evolve from monkeys? Is that definitely
Yeah,
is that case closed?
This isn't the first time Momo has escaped. This is
That's
like the fastest primate in the world. They can go 34 miles per hour. That's like 10 times faster than.
But is it Momo's first drinks?
Well, obviously
Momo's
not.
got a problem.
Momo knows how to party.
Let's be honest. Momo's got a problem, but we have a bigger problem here. I'm not going to go through another shutdown because of monkeypox. He's going around town, getting lubed up, hitting on people, God knows, going back to people's apartments, partying all night. We're going to have a big outbreak of monkeypox, and we're all going to have to take off work.
Judge, I think the weirdest thing is that people are keeping these as pets.
Yeah, I think it's weird, too. And it's not the first time he's terrorized other people. But Kennedy's right. It's the fastest moving primate on the planet. So we can expect more of them.
He's got a rap sheet, Judge? You looked into
I suspect he does, but we don't keep records in America.
All right. Up next, it's the last place on planet Earth you want to be, but Orlando Airport wants you to come hang out, even without a flight. Their new day pass program basically turns the airport into a mall, giving flightless folks access to all food and retail storefronts. But you still have to go through the annoying security screening areas. Greg, will we be finding you at the mall?
No, this is actually might be a glimpse of the future when we're talking about unsafe cities and stuff. The reason why you feel really comfortable in airports is because you go through the security. If you lose your wallet or if something happens, it's all in this confined space. You don't have to worry about maniacs trying to kill you or homeless people. This actually might be the way a small, gated city ends up. You have restaurants, you have stuff, you just don't have the runways. This is the future of cities.
Yeah, in Chicago, it's all migrants in the airport right now. And you know what? The idea, think about it. If I'm a criminal, I'm going to go in, I'm going to get through. But look at everybody in the airport. They have suitcases, they have kids, they have money. Everybody's in a rush, everybody's running. I pick your pocket, take this suitcase, run out. Nobody's going to stop me because everybody's running. It's a perfect setup for a criminal.
It's also can be fun. Did you check out the TWA lounge bar at JFK?
Do you know how many times I've been in the airport and looked around in these new airports like Orlando and LaGuardia and think, I wish I had an extra hour to enjoy it. There's so much fun stuff. There's better shopping, restaurants,
massage
experiences.
rooms.
Believe me, I found their massage room.
You got to watch out for White House staffers stealing your luggage.
Sticky. Yeah, I did a massage chair in the airport one time, and I'm sitting there, and it's like, like that, and people are walking by, and I made eye contact with a guy getting a massage like that. It was the most awkward experience.
Did he stop and come back?
And he recognized me. He was like, Waters! No, but on all seriousness,
What's the Bill O'Reilly?
if you're a guy, you go to a place to pick up women, right? So you go to the airport.
All places?
The airport?
How are you going to pick up women? Because all of the women are flying somewhere. You can never close unless you have to buy a ticket to go.
Yeah.
Or you're on the
We
same
never
flight,
thought of
and
that.
then
You don't-
Dana and Peter get married.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We miss you,
every time there's an
Dana.
airport story.
Fan Mail Friday is up
she?
next.
This is your season to smile with new dentures from Aspen Dental. To gather together and discover the moments that matter. To jump into the fun and join in the celebration. To help get you ready, your Aspen Dental denture team is celebrating 25 years of affordable care with an epic anniversary savings event. Don't miss enjoying a moment with fast repairs in our on-site labs and 20% off your custom dentures. Plus, we have a denture money-back guarantee so you can smile with confidence. Aspen Dental. Book today.
Hi, I'm Sharon, and I lost 52 pounds on Golo. I realized I needed to make a change when I looked in the mirror and did not recognize myself. I saw the Golo commercial, and I liked how they weren't actors. They just seemed like people that were just happy with themselves and had true results. Since being on Golo, I truly feel like I'm back to the best me I can be. Try Golo. It worked for me, and I'm real.
The FBI calls it house stealing, the latest scam where a cyber thief transfers the title of your home out of your name and steals your hard-earned equity.
It's roughly 60 to 90 days for that person to even figure out that they're the victim of this crime. You start getting foreclosure notices, and you realize you've got 4 mortgages on your house that you didn't even know existed.
Unfortunately, it's on you to protect yourself. You might already be a victim. Check your title status now at HomeTitleLock.com.
Salonpas, makers of powerful pain relief patches for 89 years, believes in continuous improvement, like rounded corners that resist peeling, with an array of active ingredients and sizes to relieve your pain. Salonpas, it's good medicine.
Every day, more dog people are deciding it's time for a fresh approach to pet food. Developed with vets, made from real meat and veggies, portioned for your dog, and delivered right to your door. It's smarter, healthier pet food.
Time to pull the pork.
They tell you they want to get inflation down. How is that possible when you're spending $1 million on a basketball court?
Jesse's investigation digs deeper tonight on Primetime.
Clogged gutters are scary. Clogged gutters are messy. You tired of dealing with clogged gutters? Then call 833 Leaf Filter.
And never clean out clogged gutters again.
Our patented leaf filter system sits on top of your existing gutters, protecting your home with the technology of the future and making clogged gutters a thing of the past. Guaranteed.
You got better things to do than clean out clogged gutters. Call Leaf Filter today. We can help.
And clogged gutters for good. Call 833 Leaf Filter or visit leaffilter.com today.
DealDash.com. Online auctions since 2009. This PlayStation 5 sold for only 50 cents. This iPad Pro sold for less than $34. And this Nintendo Switch sold for less than $20. Go to DealDash.com and see how much you can save.
What does human talent look like?
Just go on Fiverr. See for yourself.
Imagine working with them.
Yeah, imagine that.
Oh, that's awful. Fan Mail Friday, we're answering your questions. We probably only have time for one, and that's a bummer. But it's a good question from Selena R. Describe your first apartment out of college. I'm going to go to you last, Kennedy, because you didn't go to college till you were an adult.
Exactly right.
Yeah. Jesse, did you?
Yeah, so I was in a UPenn fraternity house room, and my mother came to visit, and she saw that there was a rodent. And she said, I did not raise you to live like this. And she lent me enough money to get my own place.
Wow, that's how you do it, right? That you guilt him into doing it. Judge, first apartment out of college.
Well, then I went to law school. So after law school, the first apartment was an apartment that I didn't see, but I told them to paint the bathroom purple. The landlord wanted to know. So I said, paint it purple or lavender. And then I realized when I got there that the toilet and the tub and the sink were chocolate brown. It looked awful.
God.
Ew.
It was a natural chocolate brown.
Yeah.
No brown, extra brown in
You
bathrooms.
can't have a brown toilet because then you never know if it's clean or
That's a good
dirty.
point.
Disgusting.
I guess that's better for a boy, though.
Yeah, it is.
Like,
yeah.
maybe I cleaned it, maybe I
That's why I
didn't.
have brown sheets. Jessica?
Oh, that's nasty. I shared it I went right to grad school, shared it with a friend of mine, and then we had another good friend of mine living on the couch.
I hate that.
I
was
we
a
loved
couch
her.
sleeper.
You were?
Yes.
It's so, and like when it's a good couch, like you live in the L.
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
Nice.
Yeah, you face rests against where people's butts are.
Oh,
it's really
and
disgusting.
then you go to the brown bathroom.
Yes, exactly.
With the purple.
How old were you when you went to college?
I graduated when I was 32 and had a baby 10 days later.
Wow.
And I was living in a 5-bedroom home in Pacific Palisades with a pool.
Oh, yeah, because you'd made all your money.
I brought a study group home, and one of the guys goes, "Oh, your parents' place is really nice."
I didn't realize you watch MTV.
Yeah, that's amazing. I lived with like 12 guys in a 3-story townhouse in Southeast D.C. for the National Journalism Center. It was interesting, to say the least.
Not natural brown toilet.
No toilets at all.
Unnatural brown.
But we had windows. One more thing is up next.
Sometimes the lows of bipolar depression feel darkest before dawn. With Caplyta, there's a chance to let in the light. Caplyta is proven to deliver significant relief across bipolar depression. Unlike some medicines that only treat bipolar 1, Caplyta treats both bipolar 1 and 2 depression. And in clinical trials, movement disorders and weight gain were not common.
Call your doctor about sudden mood changes, behaviors, or suicidal thoughts. Antidepressants may increase these risks in young adults. Elderly dementia patients have increased risk of death or stroke. Report fever, confusion, stiff, or uncontrollable muscle movements, which may be life-threatening or permanent. These aren't all the serious side effects.
Caplyta can help you let in the light. Ask your doctor about Caplyta. Find savings and support at caplyta.com.
Frustrated by skin tags? Dr. Scholl's has the breakthrough you've been waiting for. The first FDA-cleared at-home skin tag remover, clinically proven to remove skin tags safely in as little as 1 treatment.
Upgrade your bra for more confident posture and less pain. Now with a full zipper for easy on and off. Tommy Copper's newest bra is designed to keep your shoulders down, back, and relaxed. This next generation support bra from Tommy Copper will be your new favorite. Switch to the all-new zip-up shoulder support bra and carry strong, confident posture all day. Upgrade your bra today. Go to TommyCopper.com and save 40% site-wide.
I love cooking with Analon X. It's just the best. So whenever I'm cooking and I put the oil in the center of the pan, it stays right where I put it.
So one of the things I noticed about these pans is they have this beautiful sear tech surface. And it just makes the searing way easier compared to my old nonstick pans.
It cooks really evenly, so there's no hot spots. So everything turns out amazing.
Overall, things taste much better.
Shop now and get free shipping at AnalonX.com.
At SimpliSafe, your safety is the only thing that matters. We designed smarter ways to detect motion for fast emergency response. We create HD cameras so you can see what's happening in your home from anywhere. All powered by Fast Protect technology. Exclusively from SimpliSafe for faster police response. Now install our advanced system your way. Have a pro set it up or easily do it yourself. There's no safe like SimpliSafe.
Pretzel fanatics are freaking out. Give your taste buds a twist. We at Pretzels.com freshly bake over 45 varieties of chef-crafted gourmet pretzels in the heart of Pennsylvania. Get a new twist for someone you love or yourself at Pretzels.com.
What did we do before we had Viasat satellite internet? Well,
We borrowed the internet.
But that was before Viasat came out with all their new plans.
Yep, lots of internet now. Plenty for everyone.
Learn more about our plans at Viasat.com.
There are more identity threats than you realize. LifeLock alerts you and works to fix problems with a dedicated restoration specialist. Go to LifeLock.com.
I'm Jordy Crooks, strategist at AmericanEagle.com. Our clients have complex website and digital needs. Ron John Surf Shop needed a new, fully integrated e-commerce solution that was mobile-friendly and engaging. We solve digital challenges like this all the time. We built an e-commerce website for Ron John Surf Shop, centered around the customer experience, leveraging powerful marketing, merchandising, and promotional tools. For complete website and digital solutions, come to AmericanEagle.com.
To rescue the Constitution.
I tell the story of how Washington was the human embodiment of the document that guarantees our liberty.
From the American Revolution to the creation of our government, Brett Baer details the first president's fight for freedom, Sunday.
It's time now for one more thing, Greg.
Oh, what a show tonight. It's amazing. 10 p.m. You got Walter Kern, Matt Taibbi, Kennedy, and Tyrus. It's a real barn burner. Please don't burn any farms. Let's do this. Greg's absolutely disgusting news. Now, if you have children in the room, leave them there. This is disgusting. Check out this disgusting, repulsive, little fluffy baby sea otter pup, which was rescued in Alaska after an orca attacked. It was just born earlier in the day, and now it's being cared for in Homer, Alaska. How disgusting is this? It's making me sick to my stomach. The baby otter is being bottle fed and getting a nice washing, finished off with a blow dry and a little nap. Look, that's real hair.
You're very cute. Jesse?
Philly gets a bad rap. I think it's undeserved. Look at what this Phillies fan did at Citizens Park. He bought $4,500 worth of beer for the entire section that he was sitting in.
Good for him.
3 Miller Lights for everybody around. By the way, I was at the farm the other day, and I was ringing something up, and she goes, Jesse, I heard you don't like to tip. Word is out now.
You don't like to tip and you have a toupee. Is that fun?
Okay.
Barbara Lee's $8 million bird nests. That's right. Tonight on Primetime.
Okay, Kennedy.
Look at this little fella. He threw on his alien costume and put on the performance of a lifetime. He's headed to Hollywood. Look at that. It's like, no, help me, save me. Speaking of out of this world, I'm hosting Fox News Saturday night. Tomorrow night, I will be talking with a UFO eyewitness and much more. We're playing Fake News or Florida. Tune in.
All right. Check out this giant 12-foot skeleton display of Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift made a superfan in Indiana. Her original plan was just to feature Swift due to her popular Eras tour, but decided it was only right to add Travis Kelce after she saw Swift at the Chiefs game. Okay, go ahead, Jessica.
Okay, we don't have a ton of time, but there is a new football helmet that was unveiled to make the sport more inclusive for athletes who are deaf or hard of hearing. Utilizes I see you scoffing. It's a nice thing. Utilizes 5G technology to allow coaches to send plays from a tablet onto a small screen in the visor of the helmet.
Okay, that's it for us. Have a great Friday night. Hello, Brett.
Hey, Judge. Hey, listen, do you think the Taylor Swift Kelce thing is too much?
A little bit.
It's starting to be a little much, but I think it's great. I love them both.
All right. Thank you. Have a good night. Good evening. I'm Brett Baer. Former President Trump quiet speculation of his candidacy for House Speaker by endorsing Ohio Congressman Jim Jordan. The uproar at a Virginia liberal arts college over a transgender athlete on the women's swimming team. And how would Robert F. Kennedy running for president as an independent affect the 2024 election? Breaking tonight, President Biden is touting an unexpectedly strong jobs report for September. The nation's employers added 336,000 jobs, the largest monthly rise since January. But his critics and even some of his allies are still talking about the stunning reversal on building a southern border wall. There's also strong reaction tonight to a comment by former Democratic presidential nominee Hillary Clinton about people who support the man who defeated her in 2016. White House correspondent Peter Doocy has all of that tonight, live from the North Lawn. Good evening, Peter.
Brett, President Biden is owning the new border wall construction, not as something that he thinks could possibly help border states, but just as something that is happening on autopilot. And it's becoming clear it's not something that's even really on his radar, the wall thing.
The wall thing? Is that what you're talking about?
That's what progressives are talking about. The ACLU says it's a profound betrayal. AOC says the Biden administration was not required to expand construction of the border wall. President Biden says he was.
Well, I was told that I had no choice if it's a law.
President Biden would rather talk about the jobs report.
We have the highest share of working age Americans in the workforce in 20 years. And it's no accident. It's Bidenomics.
336,000 jobs were added in September, far outpacing the 177,000 jobs economists predicted.
The people that are poo-pooing the market right now are going to be very sad about doing it.
But a hot jobs report could make the Federal Reserve more likely to hike interest rates again. President Biden needs the economy to keep improving to stay competitive in 2024, and Hillary Clinton is handicapping the GOP field, predicting Biden's opponent will be Donald Trump.
He's only in it for himself.
Clinton's critique extends to Trump supporters, who she accuses of being racist, sexist, and xenophobic.
Maybe there needs to be a formal deprogramming of the cult members.
What does deprogramming mean? The RNC chair doesn't know.
No, I'm like, what is her plan? Is it like electroshock therapy?
Clinton's commentary doesn't necessarily help Biden-Harris 2024, but then again, the president thinks any bad headlines about his policies are a result of a grumpy press corps.
You all are not the happiest people in the world. You turn on the television, and there's not a whole lot about boy saves dog as he swims in the lake, to say, it's about, somebody pushed the dog in the lake. I mean, I get it.
And that is quite a twist on the old adage, if you want a friend in Washington, get a dog. Brett.
Peter Ducey live in the North Lawn. Peter, thanks. Okay, prosecutors are investigating and presenting their case for the trial of former cryptocurrency executive accused of stealing billions of dollars from investors. Today, they painted a picture of Sam Bankman-Fried, who you saw there was not Peter Ducey, knowing exactly what he was doing. Fox Business correspondent Kelly O'Grady is in New York tonight with the latest on that. Good evening, Kelly.
Good evening, Brett. That's right. FTX and Alameda Research co-founder Gary Wang took the stand again today. His testimony bolstering the prosecution's narrative that Sam Bankman-Fried not only was aware of that alleged fraud, but orchestrated it. Wang testified that Alameda enjoyed preferential treatment at the express direction of Bankman-Fried. For example, not only could Alameda withdraw unlimited funds from FTX, but received a $65 billion line of credit. For context, few customers had a line over $1 million. One of the most stunning revelations, though, came when Wang shared he discovered Alameda owed its lenders $11 billion. When asked how the company would repay them, he said, quote, all the money came from FTX customers. For context, Alameda was not supposed to borrow more than FTX had in revenue. Wang discovered they were in fact taking billions more, allegedly from customer funds. He shared SBF would brush off concerns when confronted about that practice. Wang also refuted a number of statements Bankman-Fried shared on Twitter just days before the collapse, including that customer funds were safe and neither company was leveraging that money for personal expenses. Legal experts share with us that if the jury believes Wang's claims, it reveals a failure to disclose necessary information, something the prosecution needs to prove in a fraud case. The defense will continue Wang's cross-examination Tuesday. But while today's testimony was explosive, the most anticipated witness will take the stand next week. The prosecution plans to call Caroline Ellison, Sam Bankman-Fried's ex-girlfriend and the CEO of Alameda Research. She, like Wang, has pled guilty in exchange for leniency. Brett?
Kelly, thank you. Let's get some.
Why do you think most people still don't feel positive or feel good news about the economy?
I think the people, those 300,000+ people who got jobs, feel better about the economy.
Now, let's get some analysis of the jobs numbers. Joining us now, Charles Payne of Fox Business. Charles, good evening. What's your thought on these numbers?
Well, first and foremost, it was not a strong jobs report. And Brett, one of the things that drives me crazy is when something comes in better than expected, the accolades come out. It was a strong jobs report. So you have more than expected. You had a knee-jerk reaction. Obviously, the stock market went down, bond yields went up, and the handicapping of the Fed hiking interest rates also went higher. By the end of the day, yields were down, stocks were erupting, and the handicapping of the Fed hiking interest rates went lower than it was at the start of the day. That's because it's a 39-page report. So everyone reacts to the headline, and then the talking heads who just say things like, oh, wow, this is strong. 1/3 leisure and hospitality jobs. These are the lowest paying jobs in America. And I always, I have some great people who come on my show, folks on Wall Street. And when they say strong, I always want to ask, is this, if you were working in this job, would you say it was a strong job? Is this the job you want your children to have, bartending? Is this the career you're looking for? Because 1/3 of the jobs were that. 1/3 were healthcare, mostly nurses who are significantly underpaid in this country. And 1/3 was government. The reason the government thing is important is, where is the money coming from? The government should not be creating 96,000 jobs in any single month outside of wartime. And so the biggest thing happening in this country right now are interest rates. Interest rates have roiled everything. They've destroyed the housing market for people who want to start a home, start a family. And one of the main drivers there, other than the Fed policy, is the fact that this government keeps spending money and they keep demanding they have to sell more bonds. And to make those bonds attractive, yields and rates have to go up. We're in this higher yield environment. So I want it to be a strong number. I want it to be a strong jobs report. And I want good paying jobs up there. But really, quite frankly, it was not.
Yeah. Austin Goolsbee was on Fox Business Network. He obviously takes a different take a lot of times. Here's what he said today.
The worst part of the economy is the inflation part. And yes, it's coming down, but it's still well above where we want it to be. We got to have balance. I mean, we can't, if the labor market is too hot, we will have a hard time getting the inflation down where we need it to be.
Yeah, and explain also this, Charles. Wall Street Journal headline, hiring surge sends bond yields even higher. U.S. employers added more jobs than forecast last month, keeping door open for Fed rate increases. What about all that?
Right. Well, that's what I was saying in the beginning. So just to give you an example, at the start of the day, there was a 71% chance when these numbers came out, the chances of the Fed hiking interest rates increased after the initial look at these jobs numbers. By the end of the day, the handicapping on the Fed hiking interest rates in November actually went down from where we started today. So again, when these articles were being written, when the initial reactions were there, the commentary was that it's strong. Those are the headlines, that it's strong. Initially, when it comes to the stock market, particularly in the mornings, it's just an awful time because the computers do almost everything. The computers are programmed to read headlines. They see strong, robust, unstoppable, and it goes haywire. Again, it's a 39-page report. Once you start going through this report and you see 123,000 people additional people have multiple jobs. When you start to see where the jobs are created, you understand that these aren't the folks that are going to drive inflation. By the way, the main things that the Fed, Jay Powell, is looking at, wages were up 0.2%. Wall Street thought it would be 0.3. Year over year was up 4.2%. Wall Street thought it would be 4.3%. And the so-called U3 unemployment rate, 3.8%. We're getting above 4 starts to push the Fed back just a little bit.
All right. Charles, as always, thanks. Have a great weekend.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Former President Trump will not enter the competition for House Speaker. He is instead throwing his support behind one of the declared candidates. But the race is far from over. Senior congressional correspondent Chad Pergram is on Capitol Hill tonight.
He's not running for Speaker, but he's endorsing for Speaker. Former President Trump declaring Judiciary Committee Chairman Jim Jordan will be a great Speaker of the House.
Who can bring our team together, who can unite our conference, and who can go tell the American people what we're doing and why it's important to them. And I think I can do that.
The former president offered himself as an alternative to conventional Speaker candidates, then reversed himself backing Jordan. Troy Nehls championed Mr. Trump for Speaker, but now will vote for Jordan.
If that's what the leader of our party thinks is the right thing to do, I will support that.
The Trump endorsement likely boosts Jordan among Trump loyalists, but it could alienate Republicans who want a clean break from the former president. Majority Leader Steve Scalise is trying to demonstrate he's up to the task, despite fighting blood cancer.
If the doctors didn't sign off, I wouldn't be doing this. The doctors are happy with it.
There's worry electing a speaker may take days if the House fails to coalesce around a candidate.
I don't think anybody should anticipate having this figured out by Tuesday night.
In fact, Republicans want to keep a speaker vote off the floor until there's a candidate who can win. They want to sidestep the public spectacle of a bloody speaker's race on the floor like January.
The longer this takes, the worse it is for us.
That's why some Republicans believe members could pine for the old speaker.
Don't be surprised if you see calls just like that for Kevin to reemerge.
Kevin McCarthy says he will not resign. In fact, he says he'll run for re-election next year. Brett?
All right, Chad, thank you. Well, we invited the candidates for House Speaker to appear in a joint interview to discuss the issues and their vision for the Republican Party going forward. It was going to happen Monday. We plan to bring you that Monday from Capitol Hill between Congressman Jim Jordan, Steve Scalise, and Kevin Hern. All three agreed to appear together. Though Hern had not yet publicly announced his intention to run, Hern and his staff said he would declare his candidacy by close of business today. We said if he did that, he could join Monday, and we would hold off announcing this event until special report tonight. All was lined up, locked in, all signed off. However, someone on Capitol Hill leaked the event to reporters in different ways. Pressure built on the three candidates from the members of the caucus, but also Congressman Hern tweeted out, "I still haven't made a decision on my candidacy for Speaker, but I know one thing for sure. I will not be participating in the televised debate. We need to make this decision as a conference, not on TV. The Republican conference needs a family discussion." We understand Congressman Hern has not yet publicly announced a candidacy for Speaker. He will, however, be on Neil Cavuto's show tomorrow. After all of the pressure from their peers, the congressman pulled out. They reversed their decisions. However, we will be live on Capitol Hill on Monday, continuing our coverage. We'll have special guests as well. We wanted to explain that to you. An appellate court judge has rebuffed former President Trump's bid to halt his Manhattan civil fraud trial while attorneys fight a court ruling calling for dissolving companies that control some of his prized assets, including Trump Tower. The judge did agree that control of the assets will stay as it is for now. The former president applauded that part of the ruling, saying Judge Engoron's order erroneously sought to adjudicate the rights of non-party business entities that employ nearly 1,000 hardworking New Yorkers, have never been accused of any wrongdoing and were never given their day in court. A new report says former President Trump spoke to an Australian businessman about the attack capabilities of American nuclear submarines. ABC is reporting that businessman then relayed that information to 45 people. It says billionaire Anthony Pratt, who is a member of the Mar-a-Lago Club in Florida, has been interviewed twice by special counsel Jack Smith. Well, stocks today reversed sharp losses after the jobs report. The Dow gained 288. The S&P 500 was up 50. The Nasdaq jumped 212. For the week, the Dow was down 1/3 of a percentage point. S&P 500 was up 1/2. The Nasdaq gained 1 6/10. Up next, what the state of Texas may do to deal with the massive surge of illegal immigration there. And later, members of a women's college swimming team talk about having a transgender teammate.
Verizon Small Business Days are coming from October 16th to the 22nd. Now is the time to partner with our experts. Get started today with Verizon Business. It's your business. It's your Verizon.
Honey. Honey. DayQuil Severe Honey. Powerful cold and flu symptom relief with a honeylicious taste. Because life doesn't stop for a cold. DayQuil Honey, the daytime coughing, aching, stuffy head fever, honeylicious power through your day medicine.
Want a flatter, tighter tummy? Then check out new Ab EX from Sono Bello.
After my pregnancies, my body just never bounced back. I had this stomach overhang.
Introducing Ab EX from Sono Bello. Remove fat and lose excess skin permanently in just one visit.
I got the tummy tuck results without the tummy tuck downtime.
And I finally got the flat stomach I had always wanted.
Schedule your free, no obligation consultation. Call or go to sonobello.com now.
My name is Linda and I'm 76 years old. I always wanted to take a nap after lunch and I just couldn't hold my eyes open. And since I've been taking Balance of Nature, I've been able to relieve myself of this slump and get on with my day. I want to keep living my life with energy, and Balance of Nature helps me do that.
Start now by going to balanceofnature.com and get 35% off your first order as a preferred customer by using discount code Fox News.
September 6, 2023 marked a pivotal moment for those affected by the Camp Lejeune water contamination. The Department of the Navy and the Justice Department have announced a settlement program called the Elective Option. Depending on exposure, you might be eligible for Tier 1 or Tier 2 compensation. For those we've tragically lost, an additional $100,000 is available. Certain qualifying injuries apply. Proof of exposure and medical documentation are crucial. For more details and to begin your claim, call now. We're here to guide you towards justice.
It's hard to run a business on your own. With Shopify, you have everything you need to bring your dream business to life. Because when we work together, the future is bright. Start your journey with the free trial today.
When a cyber thief transfers the title of your home out of your name, it's a race against time to stop the theft of your hard-earned equity. So when's the last time you checked on the title to your home? Find out if you're already a victim at HomeTitleLock.com.
Bathfitter is a better way to remodel your tub. Precise measuring means the perfect fit. The Bathfitter tub-over-tub process means no mess or stress. A custom-made tub and seamless wall mean a watertight fit. Premium acrylic means it lasts a lifetime. And all this together means a great value. Bathfitter, it just fits. Visit bathfitter.com to book your free consultation.
The showdown for House Speaker. Inside the list of contenders, who's the best choice to help our country and Americans at home? Neil breaks down what you need to know on Cavuto Live.
Hello, my name's Mike Flint, author of The Senior. At 59 years young, I tried out for my college alma mater football team, and I was able to play my senior year. When it comes to navigating the complications of Medicare, you need a good team on your side. That's why I recommend MediShare 65 Plus. It's an affordable option that complements Medicare Parts A and B. With pricing starting at $99 a month and price locking potential for up to 10 years, that's a sure play. And you're gonna have peace of mind in knowing you've got a Christian community sharing in those costs. From office visits, hospitalization, skilled nursing facilities, Medicare deductibles and copays. That's just the beginning of the savings. Don't wait. Open enrollment ends December 7th. Our experts are standing by, waiting to speak with you today. Call 1-855-25-SHARE. That's 1-855-257-4273.
Why do vitamins and supplements cost so much more now? Other companies are charging you more and more for less and less, and we hate that. That's why Force Factors partnered with Walmart to provide amazing supplements at great prices for all Americans. Force Factor products use clinically studied, patented ingredients to powerfully improve your health, but they're also delicious, easy to use, and affordable. That's why Force Factor is now the #1 best-selling superfoods brand in America. Rush to Walmart and unleash your potential with Force Factor.
The United Auto Workers Union, the UAW, has decided not to expand its strikes against Detroit's 3 automakers. The move comes after General Motors made a breakthrough concession on unionizing electric vehicle battery plants. Union President Shawn Fain told workers in a video appearance additional plants could be added later. The delay came shortly after GM agreed to bring electric vehicle battery plants into the UAW's national contract, essentially assuring they will be unionized. State lawmakers in Texas will reconvene next week to reconsider the next steps in dealing with the surge of illegal immigrants who enter the country. Correspondent Jeff Paul reports tonight from Eagle Pass, Texas.
They cross hand in hand, wading through the waist-high waters of the Rio Grande. A daily arrival of migrants coming in the thousands through Texas, and state lawmakers are losing faith in the federal government.
Obviously, we can't rely on Congress. They have failed us for over 30 years in passing effective immigration reform policies.
Texas State Representative Eddie Morales is just one of the lawmakers that'll be in Austin on Monday as legislators reconvene for a special session aimed at tackling the border crisis. The Democrats' idea? A migrant ID card. He's proposing to charge migrants $2,000 to live and work in Texas for a 3-year period. Morales says his plan would pave the way for background checks, the tracking of migrants, and could generate more than $1 billion per year. And that revenue doesn't include the annual renewal fee or the state migrant income tax they'd face.
Obviously, we're having to do with what we have here, and something is better than nothing, but I think that the White House has failed at trying to address this at the level that the attention that it should be given.
However, just this week, news broke the Biden administration is planning to build around 20 miles of new border wall in the Rio Grande Valley. It's an area that saw roughly 250,000 illegal crossings this fiscal year. All that traffic is impacting locals like rancher Wayne King and his bottom line.
They cut holes in my fences, and I've already lost probably over $250,000 in revenue with my game getting out because of it.
Now, Texas Governor Greg Abbott hasn't endorsed the ID card plan just yet. His focus, at least with next week's special session, is on creating harsher penalties for those who are caught crossing illegally or human smuggling, as well as setting aside more money for new border barriers. Brett?
Jeff Paul along the border. Jeff, thanks. Up next, how the border crisis will figure into the competition for House Speaker. First tonight, beyond our borders, Ukrainian officials say a Russian missile attack killed a 10-year-old boy and his grandmother in the northeastern Ukrainian city of Kharkiv. Elsewhere in the region, villagers prepared to bury their dead after a strike the previous day, killing at least 52 civilians in one of the deadliest attacks in the war in months. French investigative judges filed preliminary charges against former President Nicolas Sarkozy. He is accused of attempting to mislead magistrates in order to clear him in a case regarding the suspected illegal financing from Libya of his 2007 presidential campaign. And this is a live look at Rome. One of the big stories just south in the Mediterranean Sea, a non-profit rescue ship operating off the coast of Libya saves 258 migrants in two separate operations early this morning. The first rescue involved a 23-foot-long wooden boat filled with 162 migrants. The second featured 96 people on a similar vessel, all rescued. Just some of the other stories beyond our borders tonight. We'll be right back.
I have type 2 diabetes, but I manage it well. It's a little pill with a big story to tell. I take once daily Jardiance at each day start. As time went on, it was easy to see I'm lowering my A1C.
Jardiance works 24/7 in your body to flush out some sugar. And for adults with type 2 diabetes and known heart disease, Jardiance can lower the risk of cardiovascular death too. Jardiance may cause serious side effects, including ketoacidosis that may be fatal, dehydration that can lead to a sudden worsening of kidney function, and genital yeast or urinary tract infections. A rare life-threatening bacterial infection in the skin of the perineum could occur. Stop taking Jardiance and call your doctor right away if you have symptoms of this infection, ketoacidosis, or an allergic reaction, and don't take it if you're on dialysis. Taking Jardiance with the sulfonylurea or insulin may cause low blood sugar.
Jardiance is really swell, the little pill with the big story to tell.
Cancer is a long journey. It's overwhelming, but you just have to put your mind to it and fight.
It doesn't feel good because you can't play outside with other children.
As a parent, it is your job to protect your family. But here is something that I cannot do. I cannot fix this. I don't know if my daughter's going to be able to walk. I don't know if she's going to make it till tomorrow.
You can join the battle to save lives by supporting St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. Families never receive a bill from St. Jude for treatment, travel, housing, or food, so they can focus on helping their child live.
Childhood cancer, there's no escaping it. But St. Jude is doing the work, continually researching towards cures, giving more than just my child a chance at life.
Please call or go online right now and become a St. Jude Partner in Hope for only $19 a month.
Those donations really matter because we're not going to give up. And when you see other people not giving up on your child, it makes all the difference in the world.
When you call or go online with your credit or debit card right now, we'll send you this St. Jude t-shirt you can wear to show your support to help St. Jude save the lives of these children.
St. Jude is hope. Even today, after losing a child, it's still about the hope of tomorrow. Because childhood cancer has to end.
Please call or go online right now.
Stop!
Get on the ground!
They're back.
You are going to jail today?
With all new episodes. Crazier twists.
Undeniable.
Okay, it's on video. Plots that defy reasoning.
I understand that my pants are down, it's weird.
And the best acting you've ever seen.
And this was how many grams?
Cops, all new episode. Tonight, only on Fox Nation. Sign up today for your last chance to get your first 3 months for $1.99.
There are more ways than ever for identity thieves to steal your information. LifeLock alerts you and works to fix problems with a dedicated restoration specialist. Go to lifelock.com.
Meet Noodles. She's part short hair and part ninja. Meet the Bissell Crosswave Hydro Steam. It's part vacuum, mop, steamer, and ninja nemesis. Bissell, a new breed of clean.
Skin craving next level hydration? New Neutrogena Hydro Boost Water Cream. A vital boost of 9 times more hydration to boost your skin's barrier for quenched, dewy skin that's full of life. Neutrogena Hydro Boost.
I started experiencing ED. I knew I had to do something about it.
You go online, you answer the medical questions.
The medication is at my house within a couple of days.
Because it is effective, I say I'm on a second honeymoon.
Get started today with RexMD.com.
It's time for a new shower, but you don't want the hassle. You just want it done. Rebath, from start to stunning. Call us or visit rebath.com to schedule your free in-home consultation.
We're expecting a major announcement Monday from Democratic presidential candidate Robert F. Kennedy Jr. There's speculation he will leave the Democratic primary contest and run as an independent. This obviously has some Democrats concerned about the possible effect on President Biden's campaign. What do you think that'll be? Here's senior national correspondent Rich Edson.
And we're going to have to rewrite the assumptions and change the habits of American politics.
To do that, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is likely announcing an independent run for president Monday in Philadelphia. Kennedy has challenged President Biden from within the Democratic Party. Hello. The president has refused to commit to a primary debate, and Democrats have dismissed Kennedy's run.
Have at it, man. Take it. Who cares? You have crazy positions on things like vaccinations and healthcare and conspiracy theories. He'd be a great libertarian candidate if that's what he wants to do. Just get out of my party.
Progressive author Marianne Williamson is challenging Biden in the Democratic primary. Academic Cornel West has announced he's going to run as an independent. There's concern among some Democrats that independent candidates will pull support from Biden. But when it comes specifically to Kennedy, some analysts maintain his candidacy could actually hurt Trump.
Most of the third-party contenders pose a bigger threat to Joe Biden, but Kennedy probably poses a bigger threat to Donald Trump, with one big caveat, which is that Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Is a Kennedy.
An ally to former president and GOP frontrunner Donald Trump says if Kennedy gets into the race, he'll be treated as an opponent, and that we can expect to hear soon about RFK Jr.'s support for green energy policies, tax increases on corporations, and previous endorsements of Hillary Clinton. The conservative political organization CPAC has just announced Kennedy will speak at its Investors Summit in Las Vegas later this month. He'll join GOP candidate Vivek Ramaswamy and other Republican lawmakers and officials at the conference. Brett?
Rich, thanks. Iowa's Democratic Party says it will hold a caucus on January 15th. But get this, will not release the results until early March. It's an attempt to retain their state's leadoff spot on the presidential nominating calendar without violating a new National Party lineup for the Democrats that has South Carolina going first for 2024. The actual voting in Iowa will be done through mail throughout January and February. Results will be released on March 5th, Super Tuesday, when many other states hold their primaries. Female athletes at a liberal arts college in Virginia are talking about the prospect of swimming with a transgender teammate. The student was part of the men's squad in his freshman year. Correspondent David Spunt has details tonight.
But when I was told that a biological male would be swimming on the women's swim team, all of my feelings turned into fear.
Members of the Roanoke College women's swim team say they feel betrayed after a transgender student attempted to join their squad. Fox News is told the swimmer was originally on the men's team and has since withdrawn from the women's after public pushback.
The women's team and I have felt manipulated, helpless, angry, confused, upset, guilted, and most importantly, unheard.
Former college swimmer and advocate for keeping trans athletes out of women's sports, Riley Gaines, is helping the team members craft their message.
This was a mediocre man who is vying to compete with the women's team and then turns into this record smasher, destroying all the women's records. It's abysmal, and I think it's nothing short of criminal.
The school released a statement touting its commitment to the well-being of every student, adding, because this was the first time Roanoke College had encountered this situation, the administration launched a process to help inform our decision on transgender student-athlete participation in all sports at the college. The school's Board of Trustees ultimately decided to follow NCAA guidelines, which include meeting the sports standard for documented testosterone levels prior to their initial competition in the regular season, prior to any participation in an NCAA championship, and again, prior to participation in non-traditional segment competition. The Guardian reports the World Aquatics Organization canceled plans to debut an open category for transgender swimmers at this weekend's Swimming World Cup in Berlin, Germany, after no entries were received. Brett?
David, thank you. Up next, the panel on the search for a House Speaker, the economy, and Canada Casino.
We're not writers, but we help you shape your financial story. We're not an airline, but our network connects global businesses across nearly 160 markets. We're not a startup, but our innovation labs use new technologies to help keep your information secure. We're not architects, but we help build stronger communities. We're not just any bank, we are Citi.
Ah, it's a good day to cough. Oh no.
Bye-bye, cough.
Later chest congestion. Hello, 12 hours of relief.
12 hours? Okay, not coughing at yoga. Antiquing not coughing. Not coughing at the movies? Hashtag still not coughing? Ah!
Mucinex DM gives you 12 hours of relief from chest congestion in any type of cough, day or night. It's not cough season. It's always comeback season.
We had to take out our old gas heating. That was a huge project. I was so overwhelmed, so I started contacting people off of Angie to work with people that knew what they were doing. It was a game changer.
Get started today at Angie.com.
This is melasma. I'm trying to get rid of it.
Introducing Muesli Face RX, prescription skincare delivered straight to your door.
Now that Muesli is out there, they just see the confident young woman.
See for yourself at muesli.com/TV.
Pop quiz. Did you know you can lose weight with a plan that fits your budget and your goals? Introducing Quick 9 from Nutrisystem. Lose up to 9 pounds your first 2 weeks. You get delicious frozen meals delivered right to your door with convenient shipments at an affordable price and fast weight loss.
I'm saving money and I'm losing weight.
It's flexible, it's affordable, and it works. Get off to a fast start with Quick 9. Call or go online right now to get over 50% off plus free extras.
So here's what you do. Guy gets a sack. You go. Sacked you very much. What else?
How about sack of all trades?
Boom, sackalacka.
Saccaroni and cheese.
I like saccaroni and cheese. Starving.
I'm too sexy for this shirt.
Whoa.
But
You could say that.
I would say sacrilegious, but that would be sacrilegious.
Okay, you ready for this one? Sackety sack, don't sack back.
This was a really bad idea.
Sack of potatoes.
Ooh, how about suffering saccotash?
Like that one.
I'm Andrea, founder of a boutique handbag brand, Andy, and this is why I switched to Shopify. It's the challenges that we don't expect, like a site going down or the checkout wouldn't work. What's nice about Shopify is when I'm with my family, when I'm taking time off, knowing that I have a site up and running and our business is moving forward because we have a platform that we can rely on, that is gold to us. Start your free trial with Shopify today.
When a cyber thief transfers the title of your home out of your name, it's a race against time to stop the theft of your hard-earned equity.
Many people don't know this has happened until long after it's done.
You as the homeowner think you still own a house. 3 months later, you start getting foreclosure notices and you realize you've got 4 mortgages on your house that you didn't even know existed.
So when's the last time you checked on the title to your home? Find out if you're already a victim at HomeTitleLock.com.
A Ron DeSantis exclusive. The GOP hopeful highlights his policies to lead America in his first Sunday show sit-down as a candidate. Shannon has the must-see interview on Fox News Sunday.
When things go sideways, will you be prepared? Hey, it's Cade Courtley, former Navy SEAL platoon commander, TV host, and best-selling author. Some people are concerned that they might have to go for a long period of time without power or electricity. That's why I want to introduce you to the Patriot Power Generator 2000X. Use the endless free power of the sun to power lights, your TV, medical equipment, even run your fridge. Now, with double the capacity and expandable to run your critical devices even longer. And that's without gas, fumes, or noise. So you'll sleep like a baby because it's safe to use inside. People are lining up for these generators.
I know that I can run my refrigerator for about 40 hours before I have to recharge this. This could be a lifesaver for you.
Go to 4patriots.com. You'll get a solar panel included free. This is about peace of mind. Get your solar generator and free panel at 4patriots.com.
What does human talent look like?
Just go on Fiverr. See for yourself.
Wow. Imagine working with them.
Yeah, imagine that. Hire a freelancer and take your business to the next level.
Core inflation was just 2.2% over the past 3 months. And now we have the lowest inflation of any major economy in the world.
My feeling is there's still a lot of inflation in the system. Though this report didn't necessarily show it, the wage gains were not pronounced.
If things are going to improve for earnings, you really have to have inflation fall much faster than it is, and you need to have interest rates come down before the consumer runs out of gas.
Strong jobs report, but you heard Charles Payne earlier and some other people weigh in. There is concern about interest rates. New York Times, higher rates stoke a growing chorus of deficit concerns. White House officials say it's too early to know whether rising bond yields should spur Mr. Biden to add new deficit reduction proposals to the $2.5 trillion in plans he included in this year's budget. The Treasury's own advisory committee forecast the size of government debt sales to rise another 23% in 2024. And then you have this from Penn Wharton. When does federal debt reach unsustainable levels? Under current policy, the United States has about 20 years for corrective action, after which no amount of future tax increases or spending cuts could avoid the government defaulting on its debt. This time frame is the best case scenario for the United States. Again, that's a business model from Penn Wharton. Let's bring in our panel. Bill McGurn, columnist for the Wall Street Journal, Leslie Marshall, Democratic strategist, and Vince Colonnese, WMAL Washington Talk Radio host. Bill, what do you make of where we are in the economy and those concerns about the timeline for the U.S. debt?
Yeah, I think the concerns are still there. Look, when I worked in the White House, you know, we always greeted the jobs report with trepidation, and we try to minimize it if it's bad and accentuate it if it's good. But you can't tell, you know, the whole economy from a jobs report. I worry that the interest rates will still have to go a little higher to wring inflation out of the system. And who knows what happens then. I think we're putting off any negative effect for a couple of months, but that would be very bad for the president if it happened during the election.
Yeah, Leslie, for the president to run on Bidenomics, and he says, we've done this, and Bidenomics is working. With interest rates possibly ticking up more, people are paying more and they're not feeling great at home if you look at the polls. Is that fair to say?
That's very fair to say because, perception is reality. The reality is Bidenomics is working. And don't foreshadow my winners and losers here, okay, Brett? But the reality is that the numbers show one story, but voters don't always know or believe or feel those numbers until they actually feel them. Even if they look at, their bank check, it takes a few cycles. So it's always historically, at least as long as I've been alive, it's always taken voters longer to catch up to the reality of whether things are good or bad in the economy. And I think that's what we're seeing right now. I would agree with Bill that this would be troublesome if we see rates go up or, God forbid, we enter into a recession, as everybody keeps saying we're going to and haven't when the election comes up. But, I think what goes up must come down, and I don't think the Feds are going to keep pushing up. Maybe there'll be one more increase, but my bet would be that would be it.
Vince, what do you think?
I think, honestly, that with all due respect to Leslie, I think the White House has been saying the same thing. I think that's a very patronizing take for the average American voter. If you look at economic reports, they're backwards looking. We're looking at September's numbers right now, and we're trying to tell the American public, hey, things are much better than you think they are. Americans don't need data from the government in order to ratify their judgments. Their expenses have skyrocketed. In fact, if you look at those September jobs numbers, one thing that really stands out to me is nearly 40% of all the jobs gains were people taking second jobs just to survive this economy. We have credit card debt that's now over $1 trillion. That's a record. And mortgage rates as of today are as high as they've been this century. It is not a good economic situation right now. And that's why that number keeps showing up in the polls. Americans don't need the government to tell them things are good. They just need to discover that they have the money to be able to afford their lives.
All right, we have a Friday thing that we do, and we take a trip down to a place called Candidate Casino. We're going to do it for both sides very quickly. You get $100 in chips. There's a GOP primary first. You have to bet. Bill, first to you.
I would, first of all, Brett, if I had actually bet my own money all the times I've been on with you, I'd be bankrupt by now. So I should admit that first. I would put 60 on Trump, 20 on Haley, and 20 on DeSantis. I still suspect Trump won't be the nominee, but time is running out.
All right, Leslie. Hold on. Let me get around.
I'm going to put 95 on Trump, and I'm going to put 5 on Nikki Haley. I think she's done well in the past 2 debates.
Vince?
And this is where I'll kind of agree with Leslie. I put 90 on Trump tonight, and I put 10 on outside forces. There is just is so much time between now and Election Day, and there's a very concerted effort on the anti-Trump left to even remove him from the ballot. So any number of things can happen. There are people very animated about this.
Speaking of a number of things that can happen, we do the Democratic side now, too. Bill, you were going to say?
I was going to say, it's very similar for me. I look at Biden and say 70 for him because I think a severe trip or fall or embarrassment could take him out, but nobody has so far. And I think Gretchen Whitmer, I'd put her at 20 over Gavin Newsom. I think she's a sleeper candidate, but more formidable than Gavin Newsom, who's open to the charge of California values and stuff.
Leslie?
100 on Biden.
Okay, that's easy. Vince?
I've got 50 on Biden. It's a coin toss. The other side is Newsom gets 30, and then Kamala Harris gets 20. They have a party that's too captured by identity politics to just abandon her, so she may be the nominee.
All right, there you go. Up next, Hillary Clinton wants to deprogram Trump supporters. What do we think of that? Plus, winners and losers, and later, of course, it's Friday, notable quotables.
Fox Nation brings you closer to the truth with Fox Justice. And now is your last chance to get your first 3 months for $1.99.
If it wasn't you, who did it?
Exclusive crime stories you can't see anywhere else.
This is Jeffrey Dahmer as he actually is.
And terrifying true cases that have captivated the nation.
It was the largest sex ring in the history of America at that time.
There's a heck of a lot that still needs to be answered.
All part of Fox Justice on Fox Nation. Sign up today for your last chance to get your first 3 months for $1.99.
Vicks VapoStick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors. Easy to apply for the whole family. Vicks VapoStick and try Vapo Shower for steamy Vicks vapors.
Verizon Small Business Days are coming from October 16th to the 22nd. Now is the time to partner with our experts. Get started today with Verizon Business. It's your business. It's your Verizon.
Cancer, it's different in a child because your child's still growing. I had 14 rounds of chemo. There's thousands and thousands of kids all over the world who need help.
This is my first time having cancer, and it's the very worst.
St. Jude Children's Research Hospital works day after day to find cures and save the lives of children with cancer and other life-threatening diseases.
It's scary to watch your kid battle and fight for their lives.
1 in 5 children diagnosed with cancer in the U.S. will not survive.
Childhood cancer is hard. It's a long road. You just have to give. You have to give someone that hope, and especially with them being so young.
Please call, go online, or scan the QR code for only $19 a month. Families never receive a bill from St. Jude for treatment, travel, housing, or food, so they can focus on helping their child live.
She grew up in this. So when we go to St. Jude, she's happy because that's her home. Every time I take her to the doctor, she's excited because she gets to play. And that's all because of St. Jude.
When you call or go online with your credit or debit card right now, we'll send you this St. Jude t-shirt you can wear to show your support to help St. Jude save the lives of these children.
Si St. Jude no existiera, mi hijo no estaría vivo. Mi hijo sería un angelito.
Let's cure childhood cancer together.
Tomorrow on FS1, the ALDS begins.